Again.
Good morning. Let me just get this going.
Yes, so we start off this morning with Ken Lomberg, who's going to be continuing on from his presentation from last week. And his first session coming up is the competent person. Ken, thank you.
Good morning. Can you see my screen?
We're seeing the speaker version.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Well, good morning, ladies and gents. Good to be with you again. I see that you are very enthusiastic. You've come back for another session. So I'm trusting that you found last week informative and that we'll be learning some more stuff this morning. As I said last time, I generally like to have this as interactive as possible. If there are is something that you don't understand at the time, possibly just unmute yourself and ask me, and then we can deal with it, because there's probably other people who will have similar concerns or misunderstandings, but otherwise there will be time for questions afterwards. So this morning we've got two sessions. From me at least, there's another one in the middle. The first one's about the competent person, and then we're going to talk about table 1. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the competent person. I introduced myself last time, so I'm not going to do that again.
Ken, just to interrupt, what we're seeing on your screen is your speaker view, not your actual slide view.
Okay.
Up in display settings.
Let me just reshare it. Is that better?
There we go. Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk about the competent person today. It's one of the 15 definitions that are in the SAMRAC code. So here it is. And remember, I said the stuff that's highlighted in gold or yellow is a definition. So a competent person is a person who's registered with, and there are six organizations in this country. So it's SACNASP, South African Council for Natural Scientific Professionals, Engineering Council of South Africa, South African Geomatics Council, that's for surveyors. So those are the statutory bodies, or a member or fellow of the SIMM, Southern African Institute of Mining Metallurgy, JSE, and the Institute of Mine Surveyors of South Africa, or a recognized professional organization. And we'll get into that a little bit later. These organizations have enforceable disciplinary processes, including the power to suspend or expel a member. A complete list of recognized organizations will be promulgated by the SAC, that's the SAMCODES Standards Committee, from time to time. And that is on the website. There are 29 of them. The competent person must comply with the provisions of the relevant promulgated act. So that's a legal requirement. So that's part of the background. Then a competent person must have a minimum of 5 years experience relevant to the style of mineralization and the type of deposit under consideration and to the activity he or she is undertaking. So that's quite a big mouthful. So we're going to go through some of those things as we go through this morning. So if the competent person is estimating or supervising the estimation of mineral resources, the relevant experience must be in estimation, assessment, and evaluation of mineral resources. So if you have not done it before, you need to learn how to do it before you can act as a competent person. But if you have done, if you've developed a geological model and you've done that before, then that you could act as a competent person in that respect. And that's one of the things that I've done numerous times, is that I would act as a competent person for an estimation, and someone else will act as a competent person, for the development of the geological model. And in some cases, those geological models are very sophisticated, so that's perfectly acceptable. The other one that's, well, we'll get into teams in a moment. So the next important one is there in red at the bottom. Persons being called upon to sign as competent persons must be clearly satisfied in their own minds that they're able to face their peers and demonstrate competence in the commodity, type of deposit, and situation under consideration. So it's important that if you are going to act as a competent person, you believe in to yourself that you can do it. So this is a rather strange situation in a sense. You call on yourself the competency. Nobody asks you to write an exam to see whether you can do an estimation or whether you can develop a geological model or whether you can validate a database. You call that upon yourself, but you must be prepared, if asked, to face your peers. So somebody would say, Joe Bloggs didn't do a very good job with that, and they would be cited, and the complaint would go into the SSC, and then they'd be asked, why did you do ABC? And if they can explain it, and it is reasonable, then it's fine. So that is one of the key phrases for me, is that we must be able, in our own minds, to believe that we can do it. There are going to be situations where you might be a bit in the gray area, and then you would be advised to consult somebody who does know what what should be done before you commit to being a competent person. So these are the three aspects that are important: accreditation or education, experience, and the code of ethics and the disciplinary code. So being registered with one of the statutory bodies, and I see that we've got majority of geologists in this forum, so that would be a situation where you'd be a member of SACNAS, but you would also probably be a member of the JSE, and you need to make sure that when you act as a competent person, you have made sure that which one you are claiming. For the GSSA and the SIMM, you need then to fill, there's a form on the SSC website, the SAMCODES website, which you need to fill in to alert the GSSA and or the SIMM that you're using their membership as your accreditation. The reason is that they would like to know who's doing what, and it's to protect them from any issues that might arise. And you have to do that for each and every CPR or report that is produced. So it's not once forever, each and every time. We don't have many because most people are SACNAS registered or EXA registered, or as in the case of the surveyors, they're either with the Geomatics Council or the Institute of Mine Surveyors. But that's important to remember that you do that if you're not a member of one of the statutory bodies. Each of these bodies is self-regulating. So there's no body that oversees all of this. So each body is self-regulating, which once again means that we got to be very wary of what we've got to make sure that we do things properly. Each of these organizations will admit people primarily on the basis of the academic qualifications and experience, but you can become a member of the JSE without having some of the qualifications. So it's important that we have the right experience as well. We'll get to that in a moment. Requiring each of these organizations has to have a code of ethics and has to have disciplinary powers. Those are, so there are two main requirements for CRISCO codes. One is that they have a code, obviously, and the other one is that they have a code of ethics and a disciplinary procedure. Without having both of those, they can't be members of CRISCO. So for us to maintain our status with CRISCO, we have to have these. And these are well entrenched in the GSSA bylaws and in the in the SACNASP regulations. The next one is about experience. So it's a minimum of 5 years relevant experience to the style of mineralization, the type of deposit, or the class of deposit under consideration, and to the activity that the person is undertaking. So it's 5 years experience, the style of mineralization. So for instance, somebody who has done work on a Wits gold must be very wary about whether they can consider themselves experts or competent persons in greenstone gold deposits. Similarly, if the activity that the person is undertaking is something they've never done before, then they need to be very careful about what they're doing. So if they've never done an estimation before and they're called upon to do an estimation, they need to be sure of what they're doing. It's not often that people get called up short for this. I've seen there's one case of maybe now 20 years ago that somebody was called up for because of their competency, and there've been one or two others that I've seen, but they've generally flown a bit more under the radar. So, competent persons. So here are the 6 organizations in this country. So SACNASP, EXA, the Engineering Council, South African Geomatics Council. So those are the 3 main professions, obviously geology, mining engineering, and the surveyors. And then we have the professional organizations, which is the SIMM, the JSE, and the Institute of Mine Surveyors. So those are the organizations, and then we have the whole ROPO situation. So here, the 29 organizations that we currently have on our ROPO list. So recognized professional organizations. People might belong to one of these, and they can sign off on the SAMRAC code without any problems. And in many cases, we've got reciprocal arrangements with these organizations. So people who are registered with SACNASP can generally sign off on all the major codes. And as far as GSSA is concerned, in many cases it's only a member, but in some cases you have to be a fellow. So to sign off in Canada, one has to be a fellow of the Geological Society. Okay, Nalene, if you can launch the next code and the next poll. So this is the question that we're going to be asking. Which of these organizations do you belong to? Is it GSSA, SACNASP, SIMM, EXA, Institute of Mine Surveyors, South African Geomatics Council, or is it another organization, a ROPO organization, or is it none? And we're really looking to see if you were going to sign off, which you would sign off on. Okay, at the moment, SACNASP is winning, but we'll go on for a moment or two, and then we'll come back to that to look at the results. Okay, so competent person has to be a member of SACNASP, EXA or Plato, or it was Plato, it's now SA, South African Council of Geosciences. So I think this seems to be a important thing on top, but I think we've gone through most of this already. Relevant experience, you must be able to face your peers, and you must have the relevant experience, the style of mineralization, the type of deposit, and then the activity that has been undertaken. So this is an analogy that I like to use because it often explains one of the questions that gets asked on a regular basis. So if you've been working on a gold mine for 15 years, and then you go and want to work on an iron ore mine, do you have to start again with your 5 years, or does your experience on your wherever you've been before make some sort of sense? So a competent person in most cases will have a basic qualification, so would have a degree, mostly honors degrees, would have 5 years relevant experience. They'd be registered with a organization. They would have had regular training, and the comparison is with the the aviation industry. Now, I'm not so sure how many people understand how one becomes a pilot, but you start off by getting a private pilot's license. So they spend 40 hours learning how to fly, and then they can fly single engine airplane. So they're a very long way from flying a A380 or a 747, but they can fly. And then they slowly get more and more qualifications, so night qualification, multi-engine, a jet engine, they get instrument rated, and then they get rated for each airplane individually. So that's a bit like us having gone through all the qualifications. So we've got our qualifications, so we've learned about geology, we've got some sort of experience, we've worked in the industry a little while, and so we've got some other interesting experience, and we've got experience learning outside of our initial qualification, and then we'll get rated for each deposit. But now the interesting thing with a pilot is that they don't go back to learn how to fly when they change from flying a 737 to flying a 747. They'll go through some training on the 747 in order to fly that airplane, and they'd get a significant experience before they would be allowed to take control. So that's the same as what we would recommend, is that you've got a qualification, you've got some experience, but you might not have very specific experience. And the idea would be to find someone who can give you that experience, so you get some sort of mentorship, spend a little bit of time understanding what's there, and then taking on that responsibility of being a competent person. You don't need to go back to university to sign off as a competent person on a new commodity or something you haven't done before. And as we might have mentioned before, regular checks and updates, that's CPD training. So making sure that you're up to date with the different requirements or the different aspects that would be in your job. Nolene, if you can just share the poll, the results.
Tanya, if you could help me there, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we see that we've got 85% are in the geological profession, which is a really good thing. And most people would be using SACNAS. So that's all good. We've got a few others. We've got some people from, one from SIMM, so a few from EXA, and there's one from other, nobody from ROPO. That's interesting, RPO. Okay, let's move on. Thanks, Tanya or Nolene, if you can take that off. Okay, so competency and responsibility. So we have to take personal responsibility, and that's an important part of what a competent person does. So the competent person has to be named. So I cannot use my company name as a competent person. I have to take on the responsibility as an individual. So that's for the work that I've done. But now we have to understand that there's a declaration and there's documentation. And sometimes they are the same and sometimes they're different. So a declaration is saying that we have however many million tons at a grade of 4 or 5 grams per ton. That's a declaration. The documentation is what the competent person should have prepared or have been prepared under their supervision. That would typically be a competent person's report. But a competent person's report could also be filed or made public, and that would be a declaration as well. So sometimes a competent person is documentation, and sometimes it's the public report or declaration. So the actual declaration, number 8 there, is the responsibility of the company acting through its board of directors. That report must be based on and fairly reflect whatever the work is that has been done. That report should disclose the competent person's name, qualification, professional affiliations, and relevant experience. And the competent person should give written approval for their contribution to whatever is put out into the public domain. And the reason for this is that there are lots of aspects that a company has to go through that are not in the ambit of the competent person. So a company that's listed on the JSE, they've got certain obligations, sends announcements, etc., which you and I as competent persons wouldn't have access to. So that's why the declaration becomes the responsibility of the board of directors, but the work remains our responsibility. So it's important that when something is put into the public domain, that you as a competent person have had sight of it and that you've given your written approval. In fact, it's one of the questions that is asked on the JSEs in section 12 is, has that written approval been given? And that should be done in advance, and you should have seen it to make sure that whoever's making the declaration is making it fairly, and make sure that it's in the right context, that they're not quoting things out of context, particularly when they're declaring exploration results, or they're trying to make really bold statements about this being the best deposit since Noah came off the ark. So you've got to be very careful about how it's put out into the public domain. So the competent person is personally visible, so your name and your qualifications, etc., are available, and you can be held liable. And I say can because it's not always the situation. This is important because people are putting their money into the potential project, and we would want to make sure that if something's been done that is illegal, that there's a fallback. Obviously, there are going to be times when people make genuine mistakes, but we would hopefully that's quite rare. So this is Harry Truman's President of the United States somewhere just before the Second World War, if I remember correctly, and he said the buck stops here. So the buck stops with us. We can't pass on the responsibility. We have to take responsibility for the work that we've done if we sign off as competent persons. So this is what can happen, and we'll look at it again in a moment, a bit later. So the first one, if you've done something wrong and you gets pointed out, sometimes it would be as a courtesy. Well, there could be extreme embarrassment. And the things that could be asked of you in order to correct the mistake is to correct it. So if there's an issue that needs to be corrected, that you correct it, and that's the end of it. You might be asked to redo the work. So if it's a really bad piece of work, you might be asked to redo it, or you would have to work out how that works with the mandate that you've been given from the commissioning agents. In some cases, people would be asked to undergo some training, or they would be asked to be mentored by somebody so that they would get up to speed with what's required. There's a chance of suspension, and there's a chance of complete revoking of the membership or registration. Those last two are pretty dire, and they're not, when we think of the consequences of a mistake, those are not the first place to go to. So we should be aware that there's other ones which should happen first, and that the losing a membership is the last resort. It's not the first aspect. But importantly, what I put in there in brackets, reputational damage. If you get cited and it becomes public knowledge, there's more reputational damage, and that's probably more damaging than any of the other aspects that might have occurred. And we don't certainly want to see you standing on a street corner looking for a job. So one of the aspects we've mentioned, I've mentioned a few times, is that you must be able to face your peers. Now, it's very unlikely that in many of these work that we would be asked to do, that we are competent in every single aspect. For instance, a geologist is seldom competent to develop a mine plan. And if you are an environmental scientist, you may not be able to do an estimation or do the engineering side of the work. So we have what we call a lead competent person. So a lead competent person is the person who organizes the team to do all of the work. And generally, that person must be a competent person in at least one aspect of the work that's being undertaken. And that person, then their name is there as the lead competent person, but they rely on these other people to do their work. And then they would, in many cases, they would vet that work or have a look at it to make sure that it fits with what's the requirement. So in many cases, the person who does an estimation is the person who signs off. And then they would make sure that if somebody had done a geological model for them, it made sense. If they were signing off about a reserve, they would make sure there's a mining engineer or an engineer or an environmental scientist or social scientist or whatever other areas are important, and they would have made sure that those have been reviewed by the required experts and they've provided their input. So we can be asked to be the lead competent person. And once again, the same situation arises, must have the relevant experience to do it. So if you've not been a competent person, rather avoid being a lead competent person until you've seen how it's done. We like to believe that we would be professional. So we have professional status because we are registered with a statutory organization who has confirmed our qualifications, and they have an enforceable code of ethics, and therefore they can discipline us. It's important that we continue to act professionally, and those are also in the bylaws of the JSE and the SAMCODES. So these are the three organizations that are statutory. So SACNASP, EXA, and the Geomatics Council. I won't go through those in any more detail, but importantly, geologists are required in this country to be registered with the SACNASP in order to perform our professional duties. Strangely enough, with EXA, that's not a requirement, although many engineers are registered with EXA. So last week I said that we've got the two patrons of the code are the JSE and the SAMCODES, and within both of those, there are bylaws that require us as members of those organizations to work in accordance with the SAMRAC code. So, and to act professionally. So go and have a look at that, because it's probably a good thing every now and again to remind yourself of what they look like. So there's the code of ethics. There are a whole lot of things there. Have regard for public safety, have regard for harmful practices, do their duties, discharge their duties efficiently and with integrity, conduct themselves in a professional manner, etc., etc. I won't go through all of them, but it's good to have a look at those and confirm that you're doing that when you're doing some work. And there's the part of the JSE constitution, which is all about the code of ethics. So making sure that you've looked at that, and being a member of the JSE, you are automatically obliged to, you effectively signed up that you're going to do work in accordance with this code of ethics. So it's a good thing to have read it. Professional code, this is the SAMCODES, almost identical to the JSE, also good to have a look at. I think I'm going on at this a bit much, but there we have for EXA and for the Geomatics Council, similar sort of situation, code of ethics. So become familiar with it. In most cases, they are things that you would do automatically. So no need to stress that you might have to do something different to what you've done. Okay, so what's a RPO or ROPA? So it used to be a recognized overseas professional organization, because it was with JORC, and everything that's off the island of Australia is overseas. But it's been moved from that because now it's recognized professional organizations all over the world, and they're not necessarily overseas. So each of these organizations is identical in the way they act to the GSSA and to the SIMM and to SACNASP and EXA and IMSA and the Geomatics Council. They each are self-regulating. They admit members based on the academic qualifications and experience. They require compliance to professional standards and to the code of ethics, and they have disciplinary powers that include the power to suspend or expel members. Obviously, they don't want to do that unnecessarily. And there's so that we generally have reciprocity as SACNASP and as GSSA to the codes from which these organizations come. So we can sign off on JORC, and we can sign off on the Canadian NR 43-101 based on our SACNASP. And if we are fellows of the GSSA, we can sign off in Canada as well. And the same goes for a number of the other CRISCO members, SME, United States, PERC, Europe, and many of the others. And so this is something that happens in the background all the time. So one of the questions then to ask is, am I competent? So the first thing to say, do you have the relevant experience? And you have to decide that for yourself. And it's generally common sense. If you're unsure, ask your peers. If there are certain aspects of certain deposits or work that require understanding that you may not have. So it's important that you ensure that you have that understanding. Sometimes things are reported in strange ways. For instance, one of the things that perhaps different in coal, they report the stripping ratio cubic meters against tons. If you don't know that, then you're going to make a mess of it. So make sure that you do know what's required. So can you face your peers and demonstrate competence in the commodity, the type of deposit, and the activity that you're undertaking? If you can answer that question, then you should be able to act as a competent person.
Sorry to interrupt. Before you go on, there's a question that's come through to you before you continue. Carrie, you wanted to ask about the ethics that Ken was talking about in the presentation. Would you like to unmute yourself quickly and ask that?
Certainly. I think I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can go ahead.
My name is Carrie. I'm not a competent person yet. And the questions that I'm going to ask are more from a devil's advocate point of view. It's not like I have a secret file of naughtiness that I'm trying to, help work out. Is when we think of ethics, it's all very idealistic to say, can we answer to ourselves as professionals? Can we satisfy ourselves? But in reality, some people have a disproportionate sense of confidence, bordering on narcissism, so they would have no trouble answering to themselves. Okay, so that's where I want to link into the idea of a peer review. Is how much is the process of a complaint or a request for help driven by the person asking for help, or is it really, does the GSSA take full steam and say, well, you've given us the seed, we're going to see it through, rather than being pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to follow it up?
So Carrie, you're asking, there are two sides to that. One is disciplinary and the other one is a mentorship thing. So from a mentorship perspective, that the individual would have to push for that. So if you want to become a competent person in a particular activity or deposit, then you would need to push to get that experience. That's not responsibility of anyone else. Where there's a disciplinary situation, then a disciplinary situation requires that the person who is calling someone out needs to do it in writing. So similar to charging someone at the police station, they have to provide a written record of why they believe that this person has acted poorly, and hopefully it's a mistake and not fraudulent. And they have to do that in writing. That goes to the SAMCODES, and then that is reviewed, and then generally, if they believe that there's merit on that, then it is passed on to the organizations to which that person is a member. And that then is outside of the GSSA's ambit, if it's not the GSSA. And that normally takes a while, because the people who are involved are normally professionals who are giving of their time. So it can take a while, but it does happen. We don't have very many complaints. In fact, I think in the last year or two, we've had maybe one or two, and they've been fairly minor. Every now and again, we have one that gets a little bit more attention. And as I say, I know of only one situation where somebody was suspended, and they were only suspended for 6 months. So there is a process, and nobody wants to go down that road unless it's absolutely necessary.
But don't you think that having that stance in itself might deter people from bringing information to you, because they perceive that it's not acted on to the full extent of the justice cycle?
Absolutely. It is one of my concerns, and I hate to say it, but every now and again I say I'd love to see a public hanging. So somebody that was taken to task, because it would make other people believe that the process actually happens. But we don't want to unduly destroy somebody's career by doing that. So we've got to be quite careful of how we do it. And it's one of the things that if you start getting into legal area, we all probably completely out of our depth, and we'll probably get ourselves into more trouble than we should, which is one of the reasons why people avoid it. Another one is that the community that we work in is actually quite small, and so people don't want to have the reputation of being the executioner, in inverted commas. They don't want to be the one who's always citing other people. But if we think it's important, one should. So it should happen, and it does. It does happen, but it's generally kept under wraps. But highlighting people's names is not good because of the reputational damage.
And thank you. And that brings me to my very last question then.
Kerry, we're going to have to take this a little bit later. We'll come back to you on
a hot topic when assessing risk and things like that.
Kerry?
Okay, thank you.
We'll come back to that one.
Thanks.
Okay, Ken, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. We're in the code, there's a requirement for a site visit, and it's probably pertinent to even talk about it during COVID. But we put into the 2016 code that a site visit is compulsory, effectively compulsory. So inspection is a very good thing. There is a classic story about it's not a SAMRAC story, thankfully. A dam was being built in India. So they got finance from, I think it was from Canada. And obviously somebody went along to India to see where this dam was going to be built. And they looked at the plans and everything, and the dam, they approved the funds, and the funds were sent off. And then a few years later, the people building the dam wanted some more funding because they'd run out of funding, which is quite a regular thing in projects. So they contacted the same funder, and the funder sent someone across to India to go and have a look. This person got picked up in the morning and was driven out to site. And they kept on being driven and driven and driven. And eventually they started asking questions, where are we going? Where are we going? And after quite a while, there had to be an admission that nothing was built. So there was no dam, and all the money that had been provided for the dam had obviously been siphoned off to all sorts of things. So the value of a site visit is to see what's on the ground, see what infrastructure is there, whether it's reasonable or not. If you are very far away from infrastructure, that might be one of the areas of reasonable prospects that you might say, no, there's no power, or there's no water, or there's no access, or there's a village right over the deposit, so an open cast mine won't work. So that's why a site visit is important. And that's a requirement. With COVID, unfortunately, in some cases, one is at the moment, one would say, sorry, we can't get to site because it's not physically possible. There are innovative ways of doing it. I've heard of people requesting drone flights. So there are ways of doing it to make sure that things that can be done. So all is not lost, but it is a requirement. So these are sort of things that can be seen. Yeah, top left, two people are looking into the core yard. That's all the access they've got. That's a bit of a pity. And here we've got different states of core that are, tell you a bit about the management of the project, the boreholes positions, or apparently the borehole positions, the state of the core. I mean, imagine leaving that behind or leaving that one behind, or core that's in this sort of mess. Or you can see the work that's been done. Here the core has been cut down the middle, and you can see different forms of representation of the sampling. You can see some grinding on from a drilling. So that tells you about the professionality of the situation, and that's is helpful when signing off on a deposit, on the resource or reserve. So, what do you have to do as a competent person? You have to undertake or supervise the activities. You must be prepared to be challenged. So you must be prepared to face your peers. You must be prepared to be named and be held accountable. You should approve anything that's put out into the public domain. So all public releases, whether they're press releases or videos or whatever it is, you should have seen them. You should prepare a report, a competent person report, to substantiate the release. One of the things of being a competent person is, being a competent person is a step up from not being a competent person, obviously. So it's something you can enhance your professional credibility. I've gone through this a little bit. So the consequences of liability on the left-hand side are the ones that I discussed before: the reprimand, suspension, expulsion, reputational damage. But occasionally you can be held statutory or civilly liable, claims from an investor, or claims under Companies Act or whatever. So there are other avenues other than going through through the SAMCODES or the JSE. Now this is a picture of what happened in 2007 when we had the financial crisis. And the question, the statement there is, we didn't need a stop sign, we didn't need any regulation, which the Fed is saying, because we were supposed to self-regulate. So the important part, message here is self-regulation is the one. It's firstly the way we've selected to run these to run the principal person, the competent person activity, and it's important that we are self-regulated. Otherwise, somebody will regulate us, and that would be much more onerous than what we've got. So, being a competent person and upholding the ethics and all the rest is very important, because otherwise somebody else will regulate us, and that will be quite miserable, I'm sure. So here are a few examples of situations that have come out in the public domain. So this is Goldfields 2012, so it's a very long time ago. So they've got a mine plan. So according to the group's latest annual reserves estimate, about a quarter of the reserves in the complex have been removed from the mine plan. So that would suggest that they've reviewed it, and they've looked and said, based on the probability or the viability, it's taken out. So there's an aspect that would be good from a declaration perspective. See the drop in the price. That's probably what it's all about. Here's another one from Goldfields, and you'll see in the circle there's two prices for gold. The one is $1,500 per ounce, and the other is $1,300 per ounce. And the one is used for resources, and the one is used for reserves. So these are the sort of things that are put out. And you see at the top that Nick Holland has strongly defended the use of the gold prices markedly higher than current spot levels in determining the group's mineral resources and mineral reserves position. So this is something that the competent person must be quite mindful of, is making sure that they don't do something which will bring them into disrepute. And this is a situation that there's some merit in having a different resource and reserve price, but having it higher than current, that's something I personally would not advocate. Here's a situation with Keaton Energy, which is a coal company. They declared a reserve based on scoping, on a concept study. So in red there it says compiled on the basis of the findings and conclusions of a concept study. And we know that reserves need to be declared with using a pre-feasibility study or life of mine. So they had to retract it, and then they had to put this SENS announcement out. So this is extreme embarrassment to the company, and we certainly hope that it's not something that is necessary to do. So this is the same situation. So they had to take it out of their reserve. This is an unfortunate situation. Asenco Gold, which is in Ghana, there was a company called Muddy Waters that tried to take them to task. They say the researcher further notes Asenco's gold satellite deposits are likely to yield significant cash flow due to likely flawed geology. Muddy Waters is obviously well, it wasn't obvious, but it came out that they were trying to down the price in order to make money on the price returning to where it should have been. So sometimes this happens. It's very unfortunate when it does. So professionalism, we have the JSE and SACNASP. We have the qualifications. We have continuing professional development, and we have professional norms. So all of those are aspects of professionalism, which we've discussed already. For geoscientists, and I think 85% of us were from the scientific profession, or from geosciences. So SACNASP or GSSA, these are, and the SACNASP and GSSA have a strong relationship in this respect for disciplinary action. So if somebody was cited under SACNASP, the GSSA would quite possibly get involved. It's all in the constitutions of the organizations. GSSA sits on the council of SACNASP, and the GSA will assist SACNASP in their application and vetting process. So it's we're all part of the same family. That's the code of ethics. Once again, we're not going to go through it. It's advised that you do that yourself. SACNASP, as I said, is a statutory organization, and we need all to be members because we're working as geoscientists in this country. Okay, I think we've come to the end of this presentation. So if there are any questions, I can try and answer them.
If we can go back to Kerry, would you like to continue with the last question that you had there, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. I probably will keep it to myself and let the other participants have a turn.
Okay, is there anybody else who's got any additional questions? Eugene, would you like to unmute yourself? Eugene, do you have your hand up there? Okay, let's go to Mary.
My question is on the competent person and the work being done. Can a competent person sign off for work that they haven't done? So say someone else does the work and they come to review and then sign that off.
Yes, Mary, that can happen, as long as the competent person is satisfied that the work has been done to the correct standard and properly. There's no issue. It's one of the aspects that's under the lead competent person. The competent person would make sure that they have been involved or has supervised the work that's being done.
All right, thank you.
Pete, would you like to ask your question?
Thanks, Tanya. Good morning, all. Ken, quick question on the lead competent person. Is there a difference between a lead competent person and a competent person, or is it one and the same thing?
Okay, so thanks, Peter. A lead competent person would be somebody managing a team of competent persons. So geologist or mining engineer might be take on the responsibility of being the lead competent person for a reserve, where the geologist has done the part, but the mining engineer's done another part, and one of them takes on the responsibility of being the lead competent person. My recommendation is always that even a lead competent person is a competent person in some aspect of the work that's been undertaken. Does that answer your question?
Well, mostly. So is he or she appointed as the lead competent person with CPs and possibly technical specialists underneath him or her?
That's correct. So appoint is probably commissioned is commissioned or appointed. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then I have a comment with a question at the end, if I may. There are a couple of consultancies, let's call them, who are prepared to push the limits of ethical behavior. As a result, they might get some negative advertising. But that negative advertising is really advertising or marketing for any dirty company that might be looking for someone who's prepared to push those limits. And there are a number of such companies. So is there a watch list at SACNES for people or consultancies like that? Or does it just get raised on as a rising situation?
So Peter, informally, a few of these people are known, but and the SAMCODES doesn't take action unless somebody raises a complaint. So unless somebody raises the complaint about a particular declaration, then the hands of the SAMCODES is tied. So it's in a very unfortunate position that people get away with these shady, they sign off on shady work or shoddy work when and nobody takes them to task. It is really a shame, but we need to be bold enough to make a formal complaint.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Gary, would you like to go ahead and ask your question, please?
Yeah, look, it's just more a comment than a question, but over the years I've worked, we found that when it comes to the annual reserve and resource declarations, people get very upset when it drops because there's a change in geology. And then suddenly you find everybody, including the CEO and the chairman, are geologists and or planning mining engineers that can understand the things better than you can, despite drilling, etc. Is there any, other than turning around and walking out the room and putting in your resignation, anything else that one could do?
Gary, that's really one of the toughest situations to be in. Is as you say, you've got what I call a target. So you have to produce a resource or reserve that matches the previous target, despite the fact that the economic situation might have changed, and as you suggest, the more work has been undertaken to change the interpretation. there's no real remedy for that, unfortunately. It's up to the competent person to decide how they want to behave, and it's really, really tough to stand up to somebody who's paying you money to do the work. So we've all, or many of us, have been in that situation, and can attest to that. It's really, really tough. But stick to your guns, and if you need to, bring out the code. And one of the things you suggested, that the CEOs and everything are then become experts in geology. Very, very few of them are experts in the code. So if you can quote parts of the code, it's like quoting a law. One of the aspects that's in the code is that we are not supposed to be influenced. We are not supposed to get any undue influence from whoever the commissioning agent is. So that's one of the things that you can pull out. And the other one would be to say, if I do this, I'm going to be taken to pieces by the SACNAS and I'm going to lose my license to work. So those are sort of things you can do. I wouldn't advise it. I try to be a little bit more diplomatic, but those are ultimate situations you could put forward.
I understand that you can sort of bring out the stick and wave it, but it's not, unless you can get somebody in that group that is actually ethical, you are very much screwed.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And it's happened. It happens a couple of times.
Yeah, it's going to happen. You're going to get pushed in the corner, and as you say, you might well have to get up and walk out the room.
Well, that's what I did.
Very brave of you, Gary.
Okay.
Thanks.
Raymond, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question, please?
Yes, and mine is actually just a follow-up on the lead competent person versus competent person. Can you say that the lead competent person is the person supervising, different competent persons, but in operations where there's no competent person, can the lead competent person then takes over the signing off as a competent person for that particular operation?
So Raymond, in that situation where you have an operation, as you suggest, where nobody is a competent person, but the work has been done according to industry norms, and the competent person has supervised it to be like that, that's perfectly fine. Quite a lot of the work that's done, that supports a resource or reserve, is done by people who are not competent persons. For instance, the people who do the assays are not competent persons. So quite a lot of the information that comes through would have been had to be supervised by a competent person, and the lead competent person might well have got people who are not competent persons or not yet competent persons to do the work for them, and that's perfectly fine, as long as they are sure that the work has been done to the correct standard.
Okay, just the last one is on the previous sort of comment from Gary. Is the code sort of prescriptive in terms of what percentage of change is allowed year on year? Because I mean, I can imagine if you are a general manager or you're a CEO, and all of a sudden you get drop of, I don't know, 20% in your resources. Surely, as a competent person, when you're doing that work, you firstly need to make sure that the information is correct, and whatever assumptions that were made, we will not result into that. But I'm just sort of trying to understand if you then do a new resource model and you find that is there sort of a guideline in terms of what percentage shouldn't be different, or it doesn't really describe that?
No, unfortunately, Raymond, there's no way that can be the situation. If you take a mine that is got 10 years life, and you take you in your first year, then it would be 10%. But if you've got 10 years life and you're in your second last year, it's 50%. So it would be very difficult to do that. I mean, one of the things you have to be quite wary of is where this happens every year that you update. I remember being in a situation where there was a tailings dam that was being mined, and every year the ounces that were reported to the plant were deducted from the reserve. But the strange thing was that every year the grade went up. So after 3 or 4 years, the grade had suddenly gone up 5 or 10%. And ultimately what was going to happen is that all the recovery and the lack of recovery in the plant was going to land on the last ton. It was suddenly going to be pure gold because they hadn't properly accounted for the material and the grade that had been removed. So you have to be very careful every year, if you're doing it every year, how you remove, how you deplete a resource or reserve, that you don't get in a situation where the grade's going up and at the end you're going to have a problem being realistic about the grade of the last year or two.
Okay, thanks.
Frida, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yeah, good morning, Ken. It's Frida. One criteria which hasn't been covered or mentioned is independence. If that is coming in the next hours or in the next days, then maybe let's not discuss it here, but I'm always curious to understand when does a CP need to be independent to the company he reports for? Or is that a too long question for now?
No, Frida, that's a really good question. It's one of the aspects that is regularly asked. What does independence mean? And the truth is that there's no such thing as independence, because every time you do work, you're going to get paid for it. And you're going to get paid generally by the commissioning agent. So if you're an employee, your salary is paid by the company. If you're a consultant, you're getting paid to do the declaration. So it's very, very difficult to be independent if your money is dependent upon the work that you do. So it was one of the things that we discussed when we looked at the 2016 code, but we decided to not go there. But one of the things that for me, the advice is to say that independence is what the commissioning agent decides. So if you have a company that's very happy to have their employees do the work, which should be no issue at all, then that's fine. If they decide that it has to be someone outside the company and therefore be independent in inverted commas, then that's fine too. So it's depending upon the commissioning agent as how they define independence.
Okay.
Gary, you have a comment?
Just a comment on the independence. What we've normally found is that at least as per the financial department, you should have an independent auditor come in and audit what is being done. Admittedly, you're paying the guy, but at least it's a different set of eyes, and most professional auditors take their reputation very seriously. So that would be an option.
That's a good one, Gary. As you say, a lot of the listed companies have people who review their resources and reserves on a regular basis. Important thing there is that the reviewer shouldn't be the same for 10 or 20 years.
No, you can't.
Every 3 to 5 years, should get a new set of eyes on there. And even if it's a different person within the same consultancy, that's sort of okay.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Okay, Ken, thank you very much for that. If you can unshare your screen, please. Just before we move on, we have somebody who their name is User. We cannot supply a certificate of attendance to somebody called User. Please rename yourself so that we can see who you are and give you a certificate of attendance. Teresa, would you like to start sharing your screen while I introduce you, please?
Good morning, everyone. I will do so.
So our next presentation is on SAMESC, the ESG component. And our speaker is Teresa Steele-Schober. Teresa started her working life as a geologist in the gold mining sector, and then she moved to the environmental field. She's worked at various mine sites and corporate functions in a range of commodities, including gold, base metals, heavy mineral sands, and coal. Her experience includes on-site management of environmental and sustainability issues, including design, implementation, and management of ISO 14001 compliant environmental management systems. Teresa's worked in corporate advisory and reporting roles and has significant experience managing sustainability issues on large capital projects, including the completion of project feasibility studies, risk assessment, and management permitting processes. Teresa has worked for large multinational mining corporations before opening her boutique environmental and sustainability consultancy. She is the chair of the SAMESC committee, and she works along with other industry experts to improve the quality of mineral reserve determinations and valuations in the light of ESG modifying factors. Teresa, can you start sharing your screen, please?
You need to give me permission, please, Tanya.
It should already be there.
It just says host is disabled, attendee screen sharing. There, okay. Let's just see, it's still not letting me share.
Okay, let me try something else, Teresa. So on my side, it's showing that you can.
Tanya, if you just click next to share screen, there are some options where you can add everybody can share screen.
It says so, that one participant, but you should be able to do it now, Teresa.
That's fine. It said it'll stop other people sharing, which is perfect. So let's go here, and that should work. Let me just put it into presentation mode, and I will switch that. Right, can you see that?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Tanya. I just want to do that so I can see if anybody is asking questions. Okay, right, morning everybody. Thanks for the introduction, Tanya. As Tanya mentioned, I'm the chair of the SAMESC committee, and I'll explain a bit to you around what it is that the SAMESC guideline is all about, how it came about, how it applies to the SAMREC and SAMVAL codes, and why it's actually important. I see from the schedule of this course, hopefully all of you attended previous sessions, including from Bruce Williamson. He didn't necessarily touch on the detail of why ESG is important, but obviously all of what we do under the SAMCODES umbrella is aimed at the investor and trying to get funding for mineral projects. So the, okay, if I could actually, there we go. You've got a copy of the presentation so you can read the detail, but basically the vision around SAMESC is trying to create a framework which assists in the valuation of social and environmental aspects that are material to mineral projects, and to have these then integrated into the way that mineral resources and mineral reserves are declared and valued. We have produced a standardized and orderly framework that users should be able to follow. And in doing so, we considered a range of international frameworks that are already existing, that mining companies are obligated through a number of avenues. They're either voluntarily or through funders or peer organizations, they report in line with these frameworks. So the idea was trying to be very cognizant of the fact that mining companies have a huge reporting obligation already, and this didn't necessarily need to add to that. And it's in line with CRISCO, which I think you've heard about already. So again, the mission is trying to get recognition of the interrelated complexities around ESG matters in oil and gas and mining projects, and creating a framework in line with IFRS, including integrating the existing and future securities exchange codes within, and providing a platform for such integration. How does it relate to the SAMCODES? It's effectively a guideline that talks to, at this stage, to the SAMREC and the SAMVAL codes. We're busy in discussion with the SAMOG guys to get that connection made, but it provides information on the environmental, social and governance modifying factors. I'll talk to those definitions in a bit, but it explains which ESG aspects should be reported on, what information you need to do that reporting, and how much detail is required depending on where you are in the life cycle of the project. We're linked to the Joburg Stock Exchange listing requirements through the listing requirements mandating the use of SAMREC and SAMVAL, including guidelines which support those various documents that are prepared by mineral companies. And so that's how SAMESC then links to the SAMREC and the SAMVAL codes. And I know there's a future session which will go into a lot more detail on exactly what the Joburg Stock Exchange listing requirements are all about. So why do we do mineral asset reporting? Others have shared a lot more detail on this, but basically we're wanting to give investors reliable information on what you as a competent person believe is in the ground and on which they can base their investment decisions. The purpose of the reporting is also to ensure that you can compare projects from around the world in similar geological settings to each other. And ultimately, we want investors to put up money to fund these projects. But investors, certainly these days, want a lot more information other than just the tons and the grade that is in the ground. So this is just some useful statistics that have been published recently in terms of how interested investors are in sustainable investing, and it's grown significantly from 2015 to 2019, with sort of 85% of investors who were surveyed for this particular survey that was undertaken by Morgan Stanley expressing an interest in sustainability focused strategies. And what's also interesting at the moment, obviously the whole world is in the middle of COVID pandemic, and although we've seen stocks falling, those that have got ESG components and are more sustainability focused have had a less bad performance than those that are not, and those are indicated by the sort of blue bars at the top. So investors are concerned about ESG. It's become a more important issue for investors in the long term, with more than half of global asset managers currently implementing or evaluating ESG considerations in their strategies. And they see that sustainability is a macro thematic trend that's reshaping the competitive landscape. The challenge is that investors are not happy with the information that they are receiving from companies on ESG risks, and particularly information coming from a mine site or an asset level that's not disclosed often enough. We know that the big mining companies produce their integrated annual reports. We know that those sustainability reports are often equal to or thicker than the weight of the financial reports. But the challenge with those kind of reports is that they are often sort of total data across the company, and they don't get down to the detail that investors want to understand if the company is fully aware of their risks, how they're managing these, and what the impact of the risks might be on the performance of that company going forward. Some examples of sustainability challenges that mining companies need to deal with. We aware of Vale's disaster last year and what that can do to the financial viability of a mine. This map on the top right-hand corner shows water threat stress in South Africa, and a number of the Waterberg projects that were initially sort of on the radar screen have fallen through due to a lack of water in those areas. So that's the ESG consideration driving, you know, or influencing the ability of a mine to develop. Sorry, on this presentation view now, some of the little titles have come off, but what you see here in the bottom left is a close interface between a community and a mine. So these guys living in these houses are now having to deal with all the dust coming off of the stockpile. And we know what community dissatisfaction can do to impact on mining project viability. And then we have ongoing liabilities where you have mines that have got significant rehabilitation backlogs that can impact the overall viability of the mine in the long term. And these are some of the considerations that SAMCODES asks the competent person to consider when when you're preparing your competent person's reports. So how did SAMCODES come about? It was sort of started in 2013, 2014. Sarah Magnus was our original chair, and she got permission from the SAC to create an ESG working group. We spent sort of the better part of 2 years drafting and finalizing the guideline, and it was launched with the 2016 codes and became effective in January of 2017. I was appointed as chair in 2018, which feels like yesterday, but actually was over 2 years ago already. And we've spent a lot of time socializing the guideline. Last year, we were very honored to win an award from the United Nations, which recognized the role of the SAMCODES guideline in contributing to getting companies to report on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And this year, obviously, a lot of our plans have sort of gone out the window, although we've been trying to progress with a number of them. We've done a review of some of the competent persons reports. We've been trying to get new active members involved. We're talking at the CRISCO AGM next month on ESG, and we're looking at what a SAMCODES 2.0 might look like. And just an appeal to all of you on the call who have maybe used the SAMCODES guidelines, please send through feedback on what works or doesn't work for you. We're acutely aware of some of the shortfalls of it, in terms of the fact that it looks very repetitive at the moment, and perhaps doesn't provide enough how-to guidance for a competent person on how to apply it. So those are some of the things that we want to address in the next version of SAMCODES. I mentioned earlier that the actual guideline considered a range of inputs when we formulated it. So we looked obviously at a whole lot of South African legislation that would be applicable and would govern environmental, social, and governance considerations for mining companies. We then looked at technical inputs from a number of existing codes, standards, guidelines, peer organizations, and then from the financial side, considering things like IFRS, the Joburg listing requirements. Cash flow becomes important when you start talking about liabilities and trying to fund them. So those are some of the elements that we've been looking at, or we did look at when we prepared the guideline. As I mentioned, SAMCODES looks at considerations which could both influence your RPEE as well as being a modifying factor, or because it's a modifying factor, it influences your RPEE. It was launched in 2016, and it has 9 components which focus on material, environmental, social, and governance considerations. Some of these are intentionally overlapping with what is already, for example, in SAMREC Table 1, for example, maps and plans and diagrams. However, we're asking for more information in these maps and plans. So if you're producing a plan, it would be very useful to include on there, are there rivers? Is there a community nearby? Not just, okay, we're 100 kilometers from Johannesburg. We'd like to have an idea of what the sensitive receptors are. Are there things like declared protected areas adjacent to where the project is located, because those things can drive the biodiversity risk. We ask for consideration of legal aspects. So a lot of competent persons reports already talk to whether or not permits are in place, but we're looking for things like, have you received any fines or compliance notices that the asset needs to address that could impact on the project. Consideration of external social and political parameters as well as internal. So what's happening beyond your fence that could influence the project, as well as what's happening with from your employee perspective, looking at your environmental risks across all aspects of environment, water, air quality, biodiversity, waste management, etc. ESG liability, that talks to a lot of the images I showed just now. Have you got a backlog? Is there a polluted river or a river that became polluted as a result of mining activities that needs to be cleaned up? All of that influences the economic viability of a mine, and it's information that investors would like to see and want to know before they decide where they should invest their money. We also ask for information on compliance and conformance audits. So have you got, for example, an environmental management system in place? Have you done audits? Has the certification been renewed? Have you done internal compliance assessments to check that you're legally compliant? And risk. What is the risk management process, and how does that identify the environmental and social risks? Now, you've seen figure 1 before. This is the ESG slightly modified version of figure 1. And we've just included a little bit more information on the exploration phase, because there's a big opportunity during the exploration phase, and I've called it exploration phase intentionally, and not exploration results, because during this phase, you can actually gather a lot of environmental and social data that can then be used when you get further down the line. So not only are we increasing our level of geological knowledge and confidence, but we also should be increasing our confidence in the modifying factors. And when you're determining RPEEE, you need to consider what all of this ESG information means in terms of whether you are realistically going to be able to extract these minerals at some point in the future, and what that could look like. If you are wanting to mine something in the Kruger National Park, then realistically, based on the legislation in South Africa, there is no realistic prospect of ever being able to extract that. So these are some of the things that need to be considered and articulated in your competent persons reports. When we get to modifying factors, well, from converting resources to reserves and applying modifying factors, again, we know that there's varying levels of confidence in the modifying factors, and the SAMCODES guideline provides information on what you should be looking at that could determine how confident you are. For example, in your environmental risks, your biodiversity impacts, water, potential water impacts, a whole range of environmental and social risks that could impact on the project. You guys on the call are all familiar with or many of you will be familiar with the definitions of RPEEE and modifying factors. And this is just to reiterate or to illustrate where environmental and social fits in to these definitions. These are important concepts that the competent person needs to apply in preparing a competent persons report, considering the technical information that the SAMCODES guideline asks you to look at. Again, the 9 components of SAMCODES asks for increasing detail as you move from exploration results through to mineral reserves. So at an exploration phase, you're likely going to, certainly initially, have only desktop information. There's a lot of freely available websites, for example. You also need to go through your prospecting permit or prospecting right process, which has some environmental components to it that you need to consider. By the time you get through to having mineral reserves and you're really getting into the details of pre-feas and feasibility assessments, that's when you've done the environmental impacts assessment or you're busy doing it. You have a clear understanding of what the risks are likely to be. And then it's taking that information and presenting it in the competent person's report. So the role of the competent person really is a little bit like a conductor. And you guys are used to working with a range of disciplines in terms of what it means for determining the viability of a mining project. But we're now sort of adding to the orchestra in terms of additional specialists who should be contributing to the report. We're acutely aware that not all mining projects have the luxury of having such a large orchestra at their disposal, which is partly why we want to improve the SAMCODES guideline to make it easier for those who are maybe a single geologist with a drill rig sitting in the middle of nowhere, to be able to understand how this information comes together and how to distill it. But for those where you do have access to these specialists, then you should be drawing on that knowledge and getting them to provide input in a way that makes sense in terms of how you are preparing your report, and that informs or provides the required information for an investor to make an informed decision. What is SAMCODES hoping to see in terms of the industry, in terms of performance changes? We obviously want to see a lot of transparent reporting, more site level data, which is what investors are looking for. All the information that we're asking to be reported on through SAMCODES is really information that mines should be discussing with their stakeholders on a regular basis, whether it is mandatory reporting to a Department of Water Affairs or having an annual meeting with the farmers who are adjacent to the mine to discuss potential impacts and concerns with them. The information that's coming through from the SAMCODES guideline facilitates the ability to have those discussions. And we're looking for mineral resources and reserves to be determined on an integrated basis, understanding that ESG has an impact on what those resources and reserves would look like. And all of this ultimately is aimed at improving investor confidence in the asset that they're wanting to put their money in, so that projects can get funded. What we want to see less of is externalized impacts. Those are things like polluted rivers where downstream a community now is unable to use the water, but the mine doesn't necessarily have to, or hasn't necessarily in the past been paying to clean that up. We need those costs to be borne by the causes of the impacts, and for them to be addressed. So it's not only a case of, we want people to report on information so that mines can be held accountable, so that those who have good performance are the ones who get investment first, which would encourage performance changes in companies that have a poorer performance. We don't want to see mines with damaged social license to operate. We know that mining already has a bad reputation. And so we really want to try and help the industry to gain back support from the society's perception of what mining can and can't, contribute to society. We really don't want mines to have fines and to be legally non-compliant. So again, we're trying to promote legal compliance. Investors don't want surprises. A lot of the environmental and social risks are only really discovered during detailed due diligence processes. And that is what can derail a potential merger or acquisition, is when investors find out that the things are not necessarily as they had thought they were. And from an environmental and social perspective, we do believe that sometimes there are deposits that shouldn't be mined, because they are in areas that are just so unique from an element of environmental perspective or from a community perspective. It could be from a cultural or heritage site. You know, I don't think anyone would want a gold mine to destroy the pyramids of Egypt, as an example. So sometimes there are deposits that just shouldn't be mined, and as a society globally, we need to make those trade-offs, and understand that sometimes the answer is really no. Okay, so that's really what the SAMES guideline is all about. It's on the SAMCODES website. Again, if you have used it or you are intending to use it, it would be really great to get your feedback on it, and happy to take questions.
Okay, are there any questions there? Frida, please.
Great talk. Thanks so much. It's more curiosity. Is this unique for South Africa, or are you? I'm European. I'm German. Is this well established in other countries globally, or is it something new?
Okay, so SAMES is currently the only ESG guideline across the sort of CRISCO organizations. However, we know that PERC is currently reviewing their standard to include ESG, and we know that JORC is also busy. And that's the reason why I will be talking at the CRISCO AGM next month together with PERC on ESG, but currently SAMES is the only guideline.
Great, thanks.
I have a question, Teresa.
Yes.
A lot of the companies that are listed on the JSE would have a suite of reports that they would submit, and that includes your reserves and resource reports, your financial statements, and also an ESG report. So I'm just trying to find the balance to say, you know, yes, you do use your ESG factors for our PEE as well as modifying factors, but up to what level would one have to disclose, especially in the context of the resources and reserves reporting? You know,
Okay.
You have two of these that are sort of trying to get attention. How do you actually, and up to what level would one have to disclose such info, especially in the resources and reserves report?
Okay, thanks, Martha. So we all know that resources and reserves reports look significantly different across a range of organizations. What we found in our review last year, and apologies, I actually should have included some of those slides in here. I didn't think about it at the time. But what we found is where there's a resources and reserve report that is reporting on a single asset, then their demonstrated compliance with SAMESC is a lot higher, because obviously it's a single asset and they provide a lot more white space to discussing ESG issues. But we also know that large multinational companies, sometimes their resources and reserve report is literally a list of tables with a whole lot of numbers in it. But there's no qualitative description, or very little qualitative description that goes with it. And sometimes the assumption seems to be that, well, the sustainability report in terms of the suite of reports is going to address those issues. But the problem is that, for example, a sustainability report that is in line with the global reporting in the GRI, it doesn't provide the detail that you want at an asset level. So it might tell you, for example, how much water that mine consumes, but it doesn't give you the information of, okay, well, this particular mine is in a water-stressed area, and this is what this particular mine is doing. It has overarching corporate policies, which are still important. You want to know if the company, for example, is committed to reducing water consumptions, if it's committed to no net loss of biodiversity. But it's the asset level detail that investors would need to see. Because certain mining companies, let me use an example. You're working for a mining company, you've got 4 different mines, you're trying to get funding for mine number 5. But the resources and reserve statement is a list of tables that just tells you what's in the ground, but it doesn't tell you about the performance at your 4 existing mines, which then is an indication for the investor on how your environmental and social performance is going to be at the fifth mine, because we know that there's a tendency in projects, or when things are new, we always say it's going to be sunshine and roses, everything's going to be great, we're going to do what we need to do, but actually your 4 existing mines are causing significant water pollution, they're not managing the dust emissions, and there's been a community relocation that has gone topsy-turvy, as they often do. And that information is very seldomly presented in a sustainability report. And what also is often missing is there's sometimes a geographic delineation in your determining resources and reserves in areas where you say, well, actually, I can't progress the confidence in this area beyond an inferred resource because there's a community living there. So I need to leave this as an inferred resource until such time as there has been a successful community relocation, for example. And at that point, I'll have access and can go in and do some more drilling. And sometimes those nuances are not presented in adequate detail in reserve and resource reports or in the sustainability reports. From a governance perspective, often the annual reports provide significant information on how a company is governed, what the board of directors looks like, what its responsibilities are. So we do, when we're looking at SAMCODES compliance, we do look at the full suite of reports, but the detail is not necessarily there currently.
Okay. And maybe just one last, if there is a little bit of time, that part 5 of the ESG, I just took that part 5 of the first one, which is the ESG matters have been reported within the context of public documents dealing with solid minerals. Then the reporting requirements of SAMREC and SAMVAL have precedents, such as the Table 1 or Appendix A of the SAMREC. I'm just trying to get the level of disclosure that one has to go through or one has to get to when it comes to a mineral resources and reserves report. I don't know if I'm...
You raise a very valid point, and I think it's some of those, that particular statement is poorly worded, which is why we're looking at revising SAMCODES. But essentially, what we're trying to get at is, if I just go back, let's just go here. Where is it now? Here. No, here. If you're in the exploration phase, particularly when you're doing remote exploration, for example, you're not going to know the detail of what wastes are likely to be produced by a future mine and what the geochemical profile of those wastes is going to be and what the likely impact on groundwater is going to be. What you very well should know at that phase is, I've got a property, and on this or adjacent to this property, there's farmers all around me, or I am located 1 kilometer away from the border of the Kruger National Park. And there's a river going through my property. There's, for example, the SANBI, South African National Biodiversity Institute, they've got a freely available website where you can go and see if there are declared areas of critical biodiversity or conservation status on those properties in South Africa. It's a bit like you don't know what you don't know in terms of whether that database exists. So this is where we're saying we do need to provide some more guidance. But there's a lot of information already available that can be used even when you're at a remote phase of exploration that can inform your potential risks. Because if you've got, if you're targeting a property where there are declared species of conservation concern, for example, or they're likely to occur, it raises the biodiversity risk for the project. And that you should know very early on in the process. But you won't know, for example, that on this square kilometer of the property, they found 7 grass owls and 4 flamingos, for example. You'll only know that once you start getting to the mineral reserve phase. But you'll know from a high level in the exploration phase what some of the risk areas are likely to be. because that also then influences the kind of studies that you're going to do in a lot more detail. So if you know that you're adjacent to a property that's been a declared protected area, then you may elect to invest money in doing biodiversity surveys slightly earlier or in a bit more detail before you actually get to the environmental impact assessment phase. So it's really, think of it as sort of desktop level from an exploration phase through to very detailed analysis once you get through to reserves. Obviously, once you've got someone on the ground, then you can physically see a lot more. You can see if there's a community next door. The guys on the ground often get to know the stakeholders in the areas and what their concerns are, and if there's a particular NGO, for example, who's trying to protect the lesser spotted pygmy toad or something. You get, once you're on the ground, you get a handle on that information. So up here, it's very much desktop, but by the time we get down to here, we should really have a lot of confidence in all of our ESG factors as well as our mineral reserves.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Teresa.
Whoa. Let's get some order here. Sif, you've had your hand up for a long time. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question, please? Sif?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Many thanks, Teresa. Yeah, so sort of on the same topic as the previous discussion. So for me, the ESG works perfect for CPR, but I'm still not sure on the annual reporting for reserves and resources. There's in the JSE listings requirement, there's section 12.13 that gives very good guidance on the annual reporting side of it. So for CPR is dealt with in, was it 12.9 and 12.10. So do you envisage through the JSE that there would be better clarity in future on the disclosure level of ESG reporting for annual reporting? Because frankly, if you go through the current guidelines, ESG guidelines, they're exhaustive, and I can't see that if you report on exploration results, mineral resources and mineral reserves over a number of operations, how you will capture all of that in all the detail that the guideline currently gives. So is there more clarity going to come forth in due course, similar to the reserves and resources in section 12.13, what you expect on annual reports, whether it's in the reserves and resources or in the sustainability or ESG reports? Basically, are you in future going to give more guidance?
Okay, so the answer is I think we need to give more guidance in future. From an annual reporting perspective, one of the things that we would, for example, like to see is how companies shift their declaration of resources and reserves based on what's happening in the ESG world. And this may or may not be applicable every year because of the nature of the issue or as a result of where the project is in the life cycle. But if, for example, the company has taken a decision to exclude mining of an area due to the environmental sensitivity, and I say this with due respect to the MPRDA, because we know in South Africa that it's not always easy to say, oh, I'm going to sterilize these resources, because unless you get it formally sterilized through the DMR, then somebody else can go and mine those. So I'm acutely aware of that process. But what we would like to see is if a company takes a decision that they're not going to mine an area because of an environmental or social consideration, then that needs to be reflected in their resources and their reserves and clearly stated that the change is because, we've applied the environmental modifying factor and we've taken a decision that this area is now excluded from our resources. So I do think we need to provide more guidance there, and you're correct, but those are that's one of the things that we would like to see, is how these change on an annual basis.
So are you working with the JSE to have a similar section in the listings requirements for annual reporting, similar to the mineral reserves and resources that deals with ESG matters, similar to section 12.13, section 12.17,
yeah, so
whatever that deals specifically with the ESG aspects?
So at this stage, we're not going to be changing the listing requirements. We would address things through the SAMES guideline. We do, on the SAMCODES steering committee, the JSE does sit with us, and we've had a lot of involvement from them in the original formulation of SAMES. But one of the reasons why SAMES is a guideline and not a code is that it gives us the flexibility to update it and change it and provide additional information without having to go through the JSE approvals process. So we linked to the codes as a mandatory guideline, but we have the flexibility to update it, you know, as we see fit. So I don't at this stage think that we would change the listing requirements. Yeah, that's where we are at the moment.
Pete, would you like to go ahead with your question, please?
Thanks, Tanya. Hi, Teresa. I think you may have just answered my question. It is a mandatory guideline, but do you ever see it becoming legislation and can then convert it to a code?
Not
I can answer that one if you don't mind, Teresa. Pete, it's a guideline, and it's going to continue as a guideline through the various codes, because it has applicability to more codes than just one. It's applicable in SAMREC, it has application in SAMVEL, and also in SAMOG. So in order to be useful, it needs to remain to be a guideline, which can then have application in each of the specific codes. So while there will probably be more guidance supplied through the codes, it can't be a standalone code on its own.
And also, Pete, just to supplement that, is SAMESC is asking a competent person to integrate the information and you know, that comes from the ESG in terms of their public reporting. And the risk, if you create another code, is that it's another pillar on the side that is not integrating. So a guideline that sits under the code supporting them is really, you know, talks to what we're wanting to achieve in SAMESC.
Okay, thanks. I think in future you must then emphasize that it's a mandatory guideline, because I think a lot of people consider it as a sort of a nice to have as opposed to a mandatory one.
Yes, we're aware of that. Thanks. Yes, it is one of the challenges.
Raymond, you have a question?
Yes. My question, I think, is more maybe of an observation. As somebody who's sort of spent a couple of years compiling, you know, annual competent persons report as a technical person, not necessarily as a competent person, as a technical specialist rather. How I find it difficult that when one engages with your environmental coordinators and social performance managers on operations, very often they don't have a clue about how their area of expertise actually impacts resources and reserves. So my question is, how much involvement, I mean, when you look at this sort of poll that you ran earlier on in terms of which, you know, sectors do we all belong to, or which profession we belong to, there's more geologists than surveyors and maybe mining engineers. You hardly find any, you know, environmental coordinators or even social performance managers coming onto these courses and trying to understand how everything in a mine itself is actually interlinked. So what work are you guys doing to try to, I don't know, in a way, encourage that participation or involvement from that side?
Raymond, that's a very, very valid point. We find typically in consulting companies who prepare competent persons reports that the linkage there seems to be a bit better, not ideal, but it seems to be a bit better because they then draw on the environmental people from the environmental departments. In my career, I have worked on a number of mines and I've contributed to competent persons reports as an environmental specialist, and I've sort of signed off my section of the report. But that's not commonplace, and it's sort of it goes both ways. The street goes both ways. We need the geology guys to be calling on the environmental people to say, this is what I'm doing, this is, you know, where I need your input. And as a competent person or a lead competent person, you guys would need to be educating them on what your report is trying to achieve and to be directing them to the SAMES guideline. We, as a SAMES committee, have a number of professionals from a range of organizations who are meant to be socializing the guidelines within their organizations to try and get the word to the environmental coordinator sitting on a mine in the middle of nowhere in terms of what, you know, what the guideline talks to and how it relates. So there is a need for education. We've also tried to link up with, for example, the International Association of Impact Assessment in South Africa, because a number of environmental people are registered with IAIA, but we haven't had adequate or satisfactory traction with them. So I think we need to be educating them a bit more in terms of the role that environmentalists play. The challenge we have is that there's a number of different professional organizations that environmental people join up with. It's not like the JSE where, you know, that's where geologists go. You also have people coming into the environmental field from a range of backgrounds. You know, you've sometimes got a chemical engineer who in 15 years is now an environmental specialist on a mine as a result of their knowledge of chemistry, and they've sort of upskilled in that in that manner. So it's quite a diverse bunch, but talks like these we hoping will at least spark the conversation within organizations. So if you know someone where you work, for example, who you think needs to know about SAMES, then, you know, we're very happy to talk to companies, to educate, that, you know, do an in-house training session with the environmentalists to help share spread the word, as it were.
Also, further on that, the JSSA is holding a SAMES workshop. We're working in conjunction with Teresa on the 23rd of September. Obviously, notification will go out through the GSSA and SAIMM portals, but anybody else who is here, who has individuals in their office, their company, their social circle, who could benefit from it, please feel free to send them that invitation as well. These are the forums where people can learn, can ask questions, can have discussion about making it a useful process. Okay, does anybody else have a question? Okay, right, going once, going twice, no takers.
I see two hands.
Frida, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, it might be a non-question. I don't know. I'm familiar, I can't say I've read the Equator Principles, which I understood at the time. I'm not sure whether it's all still relevant. It is a requirement for financial institutions if you were to raise money, or for listing companies. Is there any, what is the link between your work and let's say the Equator Principles?
So we did consider the Equator Principles in preparing the SAMESC guideline. Now, the Equator Principles, for example, links you to compliance with the IFC performance standards. The IFC performance standards are very much a what you should be doing. It tells you, for example, you need to do an impact assessment, you need to manage your water in a certain way, you should commit to no net loss of biodiversity, etc. So it's very much the on-the-ground performance. Where SAMESC links to it is by saying, okay, so if you've implemented the performance standards from IFC, we want to know, for example, that you've done that, because that always isn't disclosed. But also then it says, okay, so what does that mean now in terms of your resources and reserves? What does that mean in terms of your project? Because if you are implementing those standards, your ESG performance in theory should be satisfactory. You shouldn't be getting legal non-compliance notices. You should have already taken decisions not to mine sensitive areas. So it's really this is the report card. SAMESC is the report card on what you've done in terms of implementing those standards. So it absolutely was considered when we put together SAMESC.
Okay.
Okay, and just as a further thing is, obviously, if you are compliant with the IFC and you're doing reporting to them to demonstrate compliance, some of the information that you are preparing in those reports will then be of use to and applicable to a CP report.
Harry, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick one. Thank you very much, Teresa, for a very interesting talk. I was wondering if you could give us a brief overview of how you might see the spectrum of different reporting. You've mentioned that at the moment there is still some direction needed on instructing how and what to do. But when it comes to social and environmental things, at two sides of the spectrum, we can see people who are perceived as being very cold and callous, and that progress must advance at any cost. And at the other side, people who love the environment, love other people, and we should all just hold hands and get along. Could you give us, in your experience, an overview of what sort of spread you see in the reporting since the ESG guideline has come out?
So we've seen very low compliance with SAMESC, but that sort of has a big caveat attached to it. Tanya or Ken would be better be able to tell you what the overall sort of compliance is to SAMREC across JSE listed companies. What we have seen, as I mentioned earlier, is where a report is for a single asset, then there's been clearer demonstration of how environmental and social considerations have been considered for that project. But it's been less clearly demonstrated in CP reports that are across multiple assets, because those companies tend to be bigger companies with often multiple stock exchange listings, and they sort of rely on their sustainability reports. They think that sort of ticks all the boxes. In terms of your sort of spectrum of people who want to mine at all costs and people who just want to be bunny huggers, SAMESC is trying to find the balance, because obviously, although we're passionate environmentalists, we are very much on board with the need for mining, but mining needs to be done responsibly. And so we're trying to advocate for that middle ground, in a way that, if this information is publicly presented accurately, then we're hoping that mining companies will be able to sort of unite, is maybe a strong word, but provide information that demonstrates to the people who are anti-ESG that actually ESG adds value, because now through producing these reports and supplying this information, now that companies are actually getting more investors, because we know investors are interested in ESG performance. So we're hoping to change the minds of the sort of naysayers, but we're equally trying to demonstrate to the bunny huggers of the world that mining can be done responsibly. So SAMESC sort of really plays in that middle ground, between the two strongly opposing views.
Super. Thank you very much.
Do we have any additional questions? Okay, so if we don't, Teresa, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, everyone.
Generated a lot of discussion, which has been very useful to everyone. Lady who's, thank you. Okay, we've got the next session on the SAMREC Table 1 coming up, but let's just break for a couple of minutes. Everybody rush off and take your muffins out of the oven and pour yourself some coffee. And we'll start again in about 10 minutes. Please stay on the line. Actually, it's 31. Let's give that 5 minutes. At 10:35, we'll reconvene. In the meantime, if there are any additional questions, we can take them as well. Otherwise, feel free to chat and use it as a networking opportunity. In the meantime, Ken, would you like to get your screen set up? Okay, Ken's getting coffee.
He's gone to get his muffins from the oven.
Are you in Joburg, Sifiso?
Yes, I am, Tanya. Freezing.
Yeah, out here on the Far East, it's not much warmer.
And moving even further east, it's freezing.
How are you, Sophie? So good to see you.
All right, and yourself, Teresa?
Oh, good, thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, that was really interesting.
Awesome, thanks for dialing in.
No, for sure.
Tanya, do you want to do any of the other polls?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or was Sifiso's?
Nolene, do you remember, I think it's Klutlo on the chat, who's wearing shorts and flops in Limpopo? I think it was the same person who was having ice cream 2 weeks ago. So
That's correct. Well, there's definitely no shorts and flip-flops in Dahlstrom today.
We don't have any more polls, Nolene. It's just the one for within Ken's presentation.
There are two more. If you just click on the little down arrow.
the one where you're logging in from.
Yeah.
Okay. The SAMCODES one was the one Ken did, and then we did the profession one and organization, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so there are 3 polls.
Okay, well, we did the profession, we did the organization.
Let's see where everybody's sitting. Why not?
Okay. Where are you all from?
Yeah.
And let's see how many of those people can get muffins delivered to them.
Don't show this other. Maybe rather show, I don't know.
That's sort of like, what day of the week is it? I don't know.
How about where I wish I was?
Alrighty, I'll do that one for next week, shall I?
Yeah, don't know. It's better than other.
I'm going to love and leave you then, Tanya. If there's anything else for me, just let me know.
Okay, we will do. Thank you very, very much for your presentation, Teresa.
Awesome. Thanks for
See
the
you
chance.
next time,
Ciao,
Teresa.
Teresa. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye,
See you on the
everyone.
next one.
Bye.
Ciao.
Yeah, cheers. Bye.
Ken, are you back?
Present and correct.
If you'd like to share your screen.
See if I can get it right this time. Okay. Are you seeing my presentation screen?
Yes, we're seeing your presentation notes. Do you want to
Yeah.
swap your screens?
Okay, let me do that. Why do I not get this right first time?
If you
Go to display settings. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Is that better?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay.
Just give the guys a minute or two to finish voting as to where they're from
And getting the muffins delivered.
and getting the muffins delivered. I managed to get my coffee delivered, but muffins, I think, burnt out.
And those four other, if you don't mind letting us know in the chat where you are logging in from, please. Specific countries or locations, the beach or wherever.
Hot Bay even.
Yes, the Republic of Hot Bay, as it's called, yeah.
We've got somebody
So many
from that.
options for next year. So Yanni, I will add tropical islands for you for the next time.
Yes. Oh, we don't have anybody from the Free State or Eastern Cape.
Probably too cold there.
I was going to say too cold to log in. The Wi-Fi is frozen.
Copper wires don't work at minus whatever.
Mary from Namibia, welcome, welcome.
Okay, let's move on then. So we'll just end the polling and share the results. You can see where majority of people are from Gauteng. We've got a number of people spread out all over the place, including the tropical islands of the Indian Ocean and Namibia. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so let's move on then to the last of our presentations for the morning. We go back to Ken Lomberg, who's going to pick up on the SAMREC Table 1. Ken, please go ahead.
Thanks, Tanya. Good morning again, everybody. I hope that you energized and ready for this last session. Just to let you know, there's going to be a small quiz after this, and that's no jokes. So we're going to go through Table 1, and then we're going to recap with a small quiz. So Table 1, at the end of the SAMREC code, is, let me just get my thing to work properly, is a checklist or guideline for reporting, but it's also used when we use the principle of if not, why not. So one of the things that we've introduced into the code is this principle of if not, why not. And the idea is that going through Table 1, you can answer all the questions. You will pretty much have sorted out all aspects of a resource or reserve estimation or exploration results or exploration target by going through it all. And that's a voluntary situation. So we don't make that mandatory except in two situations. One is when it's a maiden announcement. So when it's the first time that the resource or reserve is announced. And the other one where there's a significant change to material project. So if it's a company that has a single asset, then it would be if there's a material change to that asset. But if it's a conglomerate and the 20 or 30 entities that are reported on, then it would be if any of those, the bigger ones, whether there's anything significant. And then the question is always going to be asked, what's significant? We tend to go with what the JSE suggests. I think it's 5% difference in value. So, so those are the two times when it's mandatory in terms of the code. Otherwise, it's voluntary. But my recommendation is go through it every time you do a report. You'll be surprised what you've missed. And then often little things. So it's good to go through it, and then you can be sure, if you've got a record of that, that if you do as a competent person, if you are asked to justify what you've done, you've got justification. The way in which I recommend it that it's done is to take the table and create another column. So put it into Excel. I think it's in Excel on the SAMCODES website. Create another column and use that column to reference the section in your report. Now the guys at JORC require that you write something in there. There is merit in that, but that's really, really hard work. So my recommendation is just put the section numbers in there so that they are there. And it can be multiple sections. Now, I've seen reports where there's only one for each block and it's never repeated. But there can be information about geology in more than just the geological section. There might be other sections. Similarly, when you're talking about bark samples, it might be under geology and under mining. So there are all sorts of times when it could be more than one. So don't restrict that to one place. Anyway, let's crack on. So it's a high-level checklist for reporting and assessment criteria used as a reference by those reporting on exploration results, resources, and reserves. The relevant sections of Table 1 must be completed on an if not, why not basis in the competent person's report. And that's for those two examples when I've said for an initial or maiden announcement or for a significant change to material project. And the overriding principles, the ones that we discussed last week, transparency, competency, materiality, they still stand. And the other one is that the report that you produce should give it sufficient detail that the informed reader can make a reasonable and balanced assessment of the significance of the information, so they can make a balanced judgment. And it's an informed reader, so they're going to be people who don't understand, but if they have some understanding or have been involved in this industry, then they should be able to interpret what you've presented. There are times when you would want to leave out commercially sensitive information, particularly where a product, a mine produces more than one product. For instance, a coal mine might be an example where they're producing export and steam coal. They might consider some of that to be sensitive. You've got to be very careful how you do that, because transparency and materiality are important aspects. There should be something in there. Typically, when somebody says, oh, it's commercially sensitive without giving enough detail, I'm very suspicious that they're actually just trying to hide something. So you've got to be careful about how you do that. So the recommendation is, that I would make is, more often than not, you should include it, but there may be justification for excluding sensitive, commercially sensitive information. So you need to provide sufficient context and cautionary language to allow a reasonable investor to understand the nature, importance, and limitations of the data, the interpretations, and the conclusions summarized in the technical report. I think that's pretty obvious. We must make sure the methods employed must be scientifically valid, tested, using accepted scientific definitions of terms and procedures, and best suited to the making of reliable estimates for the project in question. And it shouldn't only be scientific, it should be also engineering. So all the normal principles that would be used for, that you would use in science and engineering should be applicable and should be stated. And remembering once again that this is, the code calls on minimum, this is a minimum standard for reporting. So there are times when you don't want to have too much in there, but it must be sufficient, and the work should still be done in accordance with industry guidelines. So looking at if not, why not? What we've tried to do is make sure that there's a verb in every line. Now, it's not always possible, but we try to do that so that it effectively asks a question. Just that makes it a bit easier to answer. Noting that this reporting on table 1 shouldn't be considered as an additional reporting requirement. It should be considered part of a normal report. And as I said, it's recommended. I don't know how many times I've gone through it and said, oh, I didn't do ABC. And it's sometimes very simple things and which I should have done right at the beginning. Seldom have any serious impact, but it's good to make sure that you've covered all the bases. And as I said, the triggers are a maiden announcement and a significant change to a material project. So there are effectively the 12 sections of table 1. The way in which they're structured is such that it would read almost like a report. It's not a perfect situation at all. So the first, you've got general, and then you've got the first 9, which would apply to what we'd say metalliferous deposits. Then you've got diamonds and gemstones, and the reporting of coal, resources and reserves. So obviously for diamonds and coal, there will be some mixing in the middle. And then the technical studies come before declaring a reserve. So as I said, it tries to be systematic, that you would, a similar way to which you would write a report. So looking at the first section under general, the reference to scope should be presented. I'm not going to try and read every single line here. And this section is mostly for people who have never done it before. So things like stating the relationship of the CP to the commissioner or who's issuing the report, effective date, that's very important. if you, particularly when 3 or 4 or 5 years later, something significant has changed, new licenses have been added, some license has lapsed, etc. It's important that there's a date. Title page should include table of contents, figures, tables. There's also at the end of the SAMRAC code, there's also a suggested table of contents to give you some idea on how a way to do it, to write a CPR. And then the declaration, you must state that the declaration is made in terms of the guidelines of the SAMRAC code. Remember, one of the things that is often said is it compliant or not? Really, the way that I see it is that we write it in terms of the guidelines of the SAMRAC code. If somebody reviews it and says, yes, it is, then it's considered compliant. For you as a competent person to say it's compliant without being reviewed externally, I think is a very subtle nuance, but I think that's not the way to do it. Okay, maps and diagrams. This is a classic fail. Diagrams are virtually illegible. So they need to be legible. They need to have the 3 important aspects: coordinates, scale bar, and a north arrow. So those things are important to have on reports. And if you've looked at reports where you can't see what's there, you sometimes wonder whether whether there's something being hidden there. One of the other ones that some people often put on their plans is the coordinate system, the grid system. That's a good thing to do. You need to report somewhere in your report which grid system you're using, and it should be consistent for all the work that you do. Similarly, the units of measure, and that normally would be metric, but there will be some times when you would be using some other format. We don't specify whether you should be using the South African space for 1,000 and comma for a decimal. I think most people use, or many people use, commas for thousands and decimals, points for decimals. So we don't specify that. That's for you to decide. You need to specify whether you've done a site visit and what's there. And now with COVID, you can say, I haven't been able to do a site visit, but you should be fairly confident that this is that you're not doing something funny because the deposit doesn't exist. When you report expiration results, it's a common situation where expiration results, only the good ones are reported. So that would be misleading. So you need to be sure that when expiration results are reported, all the expiration results are reported, whether they're good or bad, so that you don't provide anything that's misleading. As we said earlier, announcements need to be approved by the competent person to make sure they're relevant before they're made. Another one that we see occasionally is that a resource should be stated as the tons and the grades, and not only as the content. So we spoke earlier about the lead competent person. So if the competent person is relying on other people to help him or her, then they need to be highlighted who's responsible for which. A good way to do that is at the end of your report to have an author certificate where everybody who has contributed effectively signs off for their part. And then one of the things you can do in that is you can include the chapters to which they actually contributed. So that's the second one there. That's number 15. Okay, moving on to a project outline. It's important to have a description of the project, where it is, what the influences are. It seems like a waste of time to discuss things like topography or the vegetation or how close it is to a population center, etc. And that's, I think sometimes we see that from our perspective. For instance, climate is very seldom a limiting factor in Southern Africa. But if you're looking at a project in Canada, there are times of the year when it's inaccessible due to the weather. And there may be places that are, there are other reasons why it might not be accessible, or as I said, there's a population too close, or you don't have people near enough. I mean, a place in Siberia, there might not be anybody nearby, so there's no infrastructure, and that could be an issue. So you need to make sure that that description helps to highlight to a reader what the situation is on the ground. So description locality map with the coordinate systems, as I said, remembering you need to have coordinate systems, north arrows and scale bar. Country profile, that's particularly important if it's in another country. Typically, many consultants, for instance, have boilerplate on South Africa, for instance, that they would put into all their reports. Just make sure that's up to date. If you're quoting an exchange rate or a GDP or something like that, just make sure it's up to date. We just had this last week that the DMR has decided not to challenge the BE once empowered, always empowered situation. So make sure that if you've got that in a report, that it has been updated, and then indeed the right situation exists. The next one is a topographical map. We used to always use 1 in 50,000. That's getting a bit difficult to do sometimes, and sometimes people would put a Google Earth image in, but it's something to show actually what is there so that there's no uncertainty about it. And the level that's required depends on the level of study. That's one of the things I should mention, the way in which Table 1 is constituted. You'll see that it's got 3 columns: exploration results, resources, and reserves. And the way in which we've tried to do it is, for instance, in this situation, you've got a locality goes all the way across, so it's required for all of them. But here, topocadastral maps, there are different levels of requirement for different resources and reserves. And in some cases, they'll be blank for one of the situations. So when we get to studies, you'll see that this section says that you can't use exploration results to do a study on. So the idea is to try and make sure you understand that if it's applicable to exploration results, it may well be applicable to both resources and reserves, but it's not always the situation. Adjacent properties, and they should be adjacent, so properties next door can add credibility to what you're doing. We have a lot of that in our country: gold mines, platinum mines, some of the iron ore mines, manganese mines. There are adjacent projects that can add validity. That's a good thing to do. If there aren't any adjacent projects, then properties or projects, they don't have to be there. But then you would say, if not, there aren't any. Historical situation, what the history is, previous successes and failures. So if a project has gone into production and then come into care and maintenance, that's something you should present. If there are previous estimates, those can be used, and particularly those can be used, they can be demonstrated whether production has actually met what was actually estimated. So there's actual performance requirement. Legal tenure. So we're still in the project outline, the first section. So the nature of the issuer, what the rights are, whether it's a prospecting right or a mining right, what if there are particular agreements. There might be BE agreements, there might be agreements for delivering concentrate, whatever those should be presented. Security of tenure, how long it's going to go. If there are legal proceedings, it's not so much anymore, but when we changed over from old order to new order rights, there were potentially some issues there. And if there are government requirements or permits that still are required, those need to be presented to identify any ESG requirements, authorizations, or licenses. And this is one that we get asked fairly often. What happens if they don't have all the licenses? Well, if they haven't got all the licenses, but they're in the process of applying, and there's a reasonable chance they're going to get all the licenses, then it's probably fair to consider that they're going to. So that would be generally fine. Describe the royalties and the liabilities. So if there are royalties that are paid, we know that we pay royalties on production. So those need to be put in. Liabilities, rehabilitation guarantees, all of those sort of things, those need to be presented as well. The geological situation, or the second section, is on the geology, the geological setting, mineralization, what the deposit looks like, all of these things. So regional geology, project geology, what concepts have been applied, how the model has been developed, data density, those are good to have, what significant minerals are in the deposit, and for instance, if there are deleterious minerals, for instance, in bauxite operations, the amount of silica might be an issue. There might be other aspects that can be a problem. Are there mineralized zones? Are there different depths? Are there all sorts of things that could be there to describe what's there so the reader can see, with reliable sections and maps, printouts or copies of the modeling software. That's a very good way of showing what things look like. Okay, moving on to effectively the data exploration, drilling, sampling techniques. So this is where you put in all the detail of the sampling, what's being done. And once again, this is a fantastic place to go and see, make sure that you've discussed everything that's necessary. Here, number 5 is a classic that gets missed out, the grid system. So this, which coordinate system you're using. Another one that's in here from sort of a legacy from the deep gold mines, the relationship between the mineralized width and the intersection length. So if it's always intersected in the same way, so just making sure that those sort of things are properly presented. And so going through this can be very valuable to make sure you've captured all the aspects. What type of drilling was undertaken, whether it was core or chips or whatever method was used, how the logging was done, was it all logged? Were there downhole surveys done? For instance, in uranium, sometimes you use a scintillometer to measure the grade. So these are things that would be presented. Make sure you present them. And as I say, all you do is you put on the one side, you put another block, and you just reference which section you've discussed that in your report. Describing the nature and quality of sampling, whether it was chips or trenches or drilling or whatever. Describing the sampling process, what sort of retention policy there is. Do you still have the pulps? Were they lost? How were the information recorded? Was the core sawn in half? Whole core sampled? Were the RC samples riffled? All of those things are highlighted here to be presented. Identifying the laboratory, making sure that if it is accredited in some way, that accreditation is presented, which assay technique was used, and that what will go with that as well is the detection limit, making sure that that's understood. Describe the process of how the samples got to the lab and what they did with them, where you've got that information available. The governance of the sampling process, so this would include the chain of custody and the quality control. So what validation was done, has there been any audits? These are things that are good to put in. Chain of custody becomes more important for things like diamonds, where losing a diamond can have a significant effect on the parcel. Quality control and quality assurance aspects presented. Whether the density issues, whether it's bulk density, how it was done, whether it's representative or not, what sort of, whether it was done by pygnometer or Archimedes, whether there's moisture was taken out, etc. And those depend upon the commodity, as I think we discussed last week, or what Leslie was talking about, whether your coal is air dried or not. Those are important things to present. Location of where your bulk sampling or trial mining happens or has happened, the size of the sample, how it was treated, confirmation that that sample is representative. Moving on to section 4, this is where we talk about the mineral resource estimate. So you're going to describe the geological model. So this might be referencing the same section earlier that's discussed. The type of information that you've got, what sort of deposit it is, what the geological data that can influence the result, influence the estimated quality and quantity of the mineral resource. If there are alternate interpretations or models, they should be presented, and discuss discounts, areas where there is no resource, dikes, faults, those sort of things, where and got to be distinguished between what would be geological and which would be mining. So if a big fault, you might put a mining pillar on that. That probably isn't a geological loss, but it's a mining loss. Estimation techniques, how you've done your estimation. And you see here, you would probably do different different estimation technique if you're doing exploration results compared to what you would do if you're reporting resources or reserves. What the assumptions are with the correlations between the different elements, which program was used to do the estimation or to do the modeling. And often it's good to put there the version number as well. What was done to validate the estimate, and what assumptions were made about products, co-products, byproducts, deleterious elements. Here we would discuss the geological parameters. This is we're looking now at the effective assessment of reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction. So the idea is that even when you're doing a resource, it's good to do some sort of assessment, knowing what the geological parameters are, engineering, infrastructure, if there are any legal aspects that need to be considered, social and environmental aspects, marketing, what sort of prices going to get if there is a market, justifying the economic assumptions and seeing what the material risks are. So those aspects can be discussed as a part of a assessment of reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction. Then you would describe the criteria that you've used for classification, whether that's the distance from a borehole, the kriging efficiency, depth, whatever you decide is appropriate, discuss it and justify it. Then when you're actually doing the report, stating the assumptions that you've made, and including as much detail in the statement that you should. So a statement should have the tons and grade of each category separately. You can include the metal content or the content of what you're reporting. Should have a date, and it should, if the person, and should say that it's reported in terms of the SAMRAC guidelines, and it should have your name in some way attached to it as the competent person, or whoever the competent person is. Another aspect here that's important is to define a reference point. We presented that last week, but just as a reminder, in most cases, you're going to use, for resources, you're going to use a reference point in the ground, although there may well be situations where the reference point would be a saleable product. And certainly with mineral reserves, there's a chance that it's going to be a saleable product. So when it's been processed and the coal has been split into the different saleable products, then each one of those could be reported separately. And if you're going to report on metal equivalent, that you actually present the full formula and make sure you've got all the information to make that appropriate. Moving on to technical studies. Now this sort of assumes that you've done the setting, the geological setting, you've got all the data sorted out, you've done the resource estimate, now you're going into a technical study on the way to reporting a reserve. So the first thing to notice is here on the left-hand side, exploration results. Technical studies doesn't apply to exploration results because they haven't got anywhere near the state that they should be. For a resource and a reserve, you're going to state the level of study. And remember that a mineral reserve has to be a pre-feas or above. And a resource can be any assessment, including a scoping study. You could even do a full-on feasibility without declaring a reserve, but you probably wouldn't. You need to state all the assumptions that you've presented. And you see here, this report's only for resources, and the reserves column here is blank. And similarly here, the reserves column, modifying factors, state the mineral resource models that have been used. So whatever output from the resource estimation, that should be captured. The basis of cutoff grades, and those should be explained how it was determined. The justification for the mining method, whether it's open cost or underground, the rates of mining, all the other aspects that might affect it, slope angles, hydrology, etc. State if there's been any optimization to make sure that you can be the best that can be presented. Discussing the sample techniques, especially for metallurgical samples. Discussing all the basis of the assumptions. Just like mining method, you would probably want to discuss or describe and justify which type of processing is done. And if you're just doing a resource estimate, what assumptions you've made about the processing. And remembering, this is just to help us to make sure that we highlight all of these issues. So discuss the nature, amount and representativeness of metallurgical test work and the recoveries that have been used. This is what allowances have been made for deleterious minerals and whether they've been taken out, whether the technology that's applied is new or old, and if it is new or novel technology, it's best to make a really good description and present a really good case that it would work. Then looking at infrastructure, making sure that that's described so there's sufficient detail about the aspects, and if it's going to be a mine or is a mine, tailings dams, waste dumps, power supplies, housing if necessary, security, whatever is required. And logistics would be one if it's a bulk commodity. In environmental, it's not a big section on environmental, describing the environmental factors, what environmental and social studies have been done, describing any liabilities, environmental, what compliance methods have been presented, and a statement should be provided to the effect of mandatory social and labor management programs, if any have been approved. So those are aspects that you would want to present in this section. The market, you would want to present aspects of the market. That would be whether the product can be sold and obviously the price, what justification there is, can you get it to market. Reference point is also a situation that aspect that should be presented here, making sure that that's properly presented. Justify your assumptions about the production costs. Allowances should be made for all the royalties and the liabilities, and stating the type of ownership and all environmental, social, and labor costs should be considered. Continuing with the studies, risk assessment is required, is to make sure that all those aspects that could affect the project are presented. And then economic analysis, however you decide to do that, cash flow, presenting MPVs, and hopefully presenting some sensitivity so that the reader can understand what's there. Moving on to the actual declaration. So this is the declaration of the reserve, what the basis is. Now, most of the information should have been presented in the section before under studies, and making sure that you're presenting all of that. And a reconciliation is required, particularly where it's a mine, or a reconciliation where you, from one reserve or resource declaration to the next, there's been some change. Best to do a reconciliation as to why. And also, once again, the classification criteria, why resource and reserve has been declared, or in this case, reserve has been declared, on what basis. So this is moving into reporting. I think we've spoken quite many of these things. Discuss probable and mining mineral reserves which are derived from measured, and if not, why they haven't been proved effectively. Mineral reserve statement must include details of mining method, must have a defined reference point, must do a reconciliation from a previous reserve, remembering that only measured and indicated resources can be converted into a reserve. And importantly, whether it's inclusive or exclusive, the mineral reserve is inclusive or exclusive of mineral resources. Whether there's been an audit or not, so state audits, and that doesn't have to be an audit of the work that you've done. It can be an audit that was done on a previous work, a data audit, a laboratory audit, whatever audits in the technical field that were undertaken, and to present the result. So quite often people will do audit on the laboratory to make sure that they are up to speed. Then other relevant information, this is just about a catch-all. If there's something that you think should be in there, and this comes to the principles of transparency and materiality. If you think that something that in this hasn't been presented ought to be presented, then this is a place to put it in. And then we have the signature page, or the author certificate, who you are, registration number, the name of the professional body that you are using as your accreditation, if it is local or the RPO, your relationship to whoever is the issuer or the commissioner of the report. So whether you're an employee or a consultant, or how the payment arrangement would be, are you going to get shares in it or not? The recommendation is to present a certificate of the competent person, as there's a example presented later on. Then we get into diamonds, and I'm not going to dwell on this too much, just to say that there is this section, and these are very specific aspects that should be considered. And the reason we've put it in here is because many of these are important that are considered, but we didn't want to put them into the main part of the document, because it would have made it the diamond and coal sections particularly large. Remembering that, for instance, diamonds, you'd also make reference to the diamond guideline, and in coal, which you're going to get to in a moment, you would also make reference to the SANS document. So here we have very similar commentary about the various aspects of diamonds, making sure you go through all these aspects before you report. Remembering diamonds and gemstones would fall under the same category. And I think then we get on to coal. And as I say, remembering that the SANS guide, oopsie, and this one is, it should actually not have 2015 in, because We now have a 2020 version. So it would be using the SANS guideline when reporting here. So these are all the aspects that would be considered under coal, and they're all very similar to what we've discussed before, and most of them were discussed by Leslie last week. I'm not going to go through them in detail. Here's an example of my recommendation of how to fill in the report. So here you've got the what comes out of table 1, and you've just got a section here which says which section of your report that would come from. So we get to the using the we think we should be doing it as competent person should do a self-assessment. So these are some questions to answer. Would the vast majority of my peers agree with what I've done? Are my assumptions realistic? Would an informed investor understand what I've presented? Does the project stage reflect the development and the confidence in the data? Should I have considered use all the data or not? Or what are the advantages or otherwise? Have I applied the appropriate mining methods? Have I applied realistic and justified mining processes? And have I adequately presented the risks and uncertainties that might go with what I've presented? Okay, so any questions on that before we get to the test? So Tanya, I think you can send a test out now. CF, I think, have you raised your hand?
Yes.
Yes. Who is it CF?
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Frida. Frida, I'll come back to you now.
A principle, it's almost a philosophical question. We had a Chinese client who said he wanted a SAMRAC report or a JORC. It wasn't relevant to him. But we pointed, the point he made is that the mining, according to their company business model, does not have to be profitable. So I'm coming to the term economic extraction. To us means you must be able to make money out of it. To them, mining is not profitable. As an integrated company, they will make money out of the refining the product and refining it till the. So we told them we can't give you. In this case, it was JORC, but the same would have applied to SAMRAC. We can't give you a report or CPR, and they would not budge. Now, do you agree with that attitude, or is there any room for integrated companies, which we don't have in the Western world? There are very few companies who mine and refine and then make their money in the refining of the product. Is there any room for companies who say mining as such is not necessarily profitable?
Well, I think the important aspect here is looking at the full value chain. If you can demonstrate that at the point of sale that it is viable, and you must decide whether the point of sale is after mining, before it goes to refining, or after refining. So if you can build a financial model that includes the refining and demonstrate that that's profitable, then I think that you have a case. But I would agree that the important thing is we do say that it must be viable, but it's viable to the end of the chain. And I mean, obviously there are going to be some places where countries or companies use in-house pricing to get the product from one part of the company to another in order to make the money not inside the country where the mine is, but to make the money outside. So there can be some very fancy footwork from a financial perspective to do that. And I would suggest you go right to the end of that to see whether it's profitable. But fundamentally, it's got to be viable.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Thanks.
Sief?
Hi, Ken. Thanks for the talk. Ken, just for clarity, in January on the SAMCODES website, there was this major update to Table 1 published, which I see you haven't referred to today, or your Table 1 was still the old one, and still we call it SAMRAC 2016. So which one is applicable, and do you envisage the SAMRAC code to be updated with a new year to actually capture these major changes to Table 1? So whilst there was an Excel spreadsheet on the website with these ESG aspects next to it, that was useful for review and checking, but now it's been incorporated in Table 1. So, yeah, so which is applicable, and will we see a new SAMRAC code shortly?
Okay, so Sief, what happens with the code? And it is, I'm completely embarrassed because you found me out. The 2020 version, the version for January, is the current version of the code with those ESG aspects that have been updated. Now, one of the things that we're quite mindful of is that to update the code, we obviously have to update the code and go through a process to make sure that we incorporate all aspects, but we also then have to incorporate the JSE and the Financial Services Board, FSIB, I think it is, and it's got to go into the Government Gazette. So the update of the code is a major exercise. So where we correcting grammar and correcting small things like small aspects of Table 1, we often do that without making a big fanfare about it. So the one that's on the website at the moment from January this year is the applicable code. And we're not planning in the immediate future to go and update it unless somebody has got really enthusiastic about doing it.
In any case, Ken, maybe I'll communicate with you. I see the January as a major update. And obviously, I haven't seen anything in the minutes of the SAMRAC committee that support that update. But in any case, I'll communicate with you on that. I don't follow the logic 100%.
There's also a question on the chat from Carrie. Two questions there. Are there existing guidelines that best describe best practice for sampling, geological, geotech, and metallurgical sampling?
We've never prepared anything like that. There are, however, there have been some conferences in the last 4 or 5 years where some of those aspects are presented. But as far as SAMRAC is concerned, we don't have, we try to avoid being specific or prescriptive about things like sampling aspects. They need to be appropriate for what the job at hand is.
And then in addition to that, along the same line, besides in the diamond guidelines, is there a guideline in place on handling and chain of custody?
Tanya, I suspect you need to answer that, but there isn't one specifically to my knowledge.
We've got one in the diamond guidelines, but not for anything else that I know of.
That's my understanding as well.
And Neil has one. Who retains the liability for a CPR? The author of the company, the author, or the company for whom the author works?
Okay, so the competent person is liable for the work that they've done. The company is liable for how they present it. So if the company presents your work badly, it's not your responsibility. But if you've done bad work, that is your responsibility.
And then another one from Jason. I've seen a wide range of definitions of bulk sampling. Is it defined as in situ density, or does it also include broken density, such as on a, okay, reread that.
Okay, so
Wide
I
range
can
of
see
definitions
that.
of bulk density.
Okay, so you confuse, Jason, you're confusing bulk sampling to bulk density. Bulk density would be the tons per cubic meter. Bulk sampling is when you take a 20 or 30 ton sample to have it assessed for grade or for metallurgical aspects. So those are not, please don't confuse the two.
And further information on in situ density, broken density, bulk density. Would you comment on similarities or differences?
Okay, so bulk density is one of my pet subjects. The important thing is that you need to have a bulk in situ dry density of material. So you need to try and represent what would be in the ground with all the vugs and pores and everything. So that you can convert your tonnage, you can get the right tonnage, and also remembering that when you do an assay, the material is ground and dried before the concentration is determined. So you need to have a dry bulk density. Using a pyknometer negates all the voids that are in a rock. So that's generally not the best way to do it. In many cases, it's not very different from a bulk density, but proper bulk density using normally Archimedes is the best. But there's sometimes when Archimedes doesn't work in some situations. But that's my recommendation for sure. For stockpiles, that's a tough one to convert, to decide how you're going to convert your density into to get tonnage. So there might well be a density as it is on the stockpile and the density of the material for assay purposes. So that you've got to be very smart about that when you actually do it.
Can I just jump in, just clarify quickly? Would that still be termed a bulk density measurement, even if it's done on the stockpiles? Is that all incorporated under that same broad term?
Well, bulk, yeah. So yes, Jason. Then you'd say, remembering that if you in a stockpile, you probably measure the volume, and you want to see what the tonnage is. So then you would have a conversion factor, a bulk density factor to get the tonnage. But you would, then you'd have to work out the concentration of metal would have to be then in some way reflected. You're just going to make sure that when you do it, you actually get the right answer.
So Ken, why is that not a specific requirement in any of the guidelines that the broken density has been measured correctly? But there's only terms talking about bulk density, which in this case would only be the in situ density.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, what I've done quite a lot of work on, for instance, tailings dams, and you've got a very similar situation. Although I think broken stockpiles are much more difficult because the density is probably not uniform throughout. So you've got to measure the density in the field in some way. So with a bulk density of a stockpile, you would have to in some way measure part of it and then inverted commas mine it and then work out how much it is. So that would be the way to do it. But as you say, it's not in situ. It's in situ in the stockpile, not in situ in the ground.
All right, thanks.
We've got another question from Martha. Is trial mining and bulk sampling relevant for disclosure, even in long existing operations, say greater than 20 years?
Martha, it depends on where you are in the process. Bulk sampling or trial mining at the beginning of an operation is probably a sensible thing to do. if it's been done, it should be reported. In terms of existing operation, you would probably use your production to demonstrate that the modeling and the reporting that you're doing is relevant.
Okay, Ken, everybody should be able to open the questionnaire. So
Okay,
you can
so please open the questionnaire. It's in the chat. And what I'd like you to do is, I'm going to give you about 10 or 15 minutes to go through it. I think there are quite a few questions. But you're going to go through it, and then we'll go through from the top, go through it just so that you can, it's a sort of recap of what we've done. If you don't understand, just shout and we can look at it.
Okay, it looks like we seem to have issues with the questionnaire. Let me try something else.
Should I just do it live then, Tanya?
Yeah. Can you see it? It's in the chat box. Just scroll up a little bit. No, Lena, are you able to see it now?
Tanya, I can't, but I'm wondering if it's because I'm a co-host, but I should be able to see it.
I saw it.
Can anybody see it?
Yes. Yes, I can see it. It's just up the chat. It's a PDF. So.
Yes, that's
correct.
correct.
But I can't fill it in digitally. I'm going to have to print it out. And is that the intention?
The intention is just to go through it.
Okay, you can open it, but I can't actually edit it.
Okay, so this is an experiment we're trying, so good to get the feedback.
Yeah, we will send it off to everybody as a separate PDF so that you can have it in your records. We just didn't want to send it in before we had the session.
Can I just ask, the people who can't see the PDF, are you on your phones? Because I am. Okay, Yanni's on his phone. Okay, Tanya, it might be a phone issue.
Well, let's not worry about that. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to be a bit like a schoolroom. So I'm going to share my my other screen, and we can go through it. So I'm going to pose the question, and then we can see what the answer is, and then if you can give me your opinion. So it's going to be a bit of interaction. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so who's going to give us the first go? Who's going to brave this the situation? So the SAMRAC code is relevant to which deposits?
You can put up your hand or put it in the chat line. Mary?
Let me go at it. Gold, iron ore, coal, uranium.
Perfect. Okay, so remembering you said, thanks Mary for being bold enough, courageous enough. So oil, gas and water are not part of the code. Okay, next one. What is not the guiding principle of the SAMRAC code? Or what is?
There will be competence, transparency, and materiality.
Well done, Rodney. Everyone got that one? Okay. Let's move on. Unfortunately, let me just try and get the view, different view. Here we go. Okay, so which of the following are considered public reporting? Annual and quarterly, company, press releases, information memoranda, technical papers, website postings, and public presentations, which are considered public reporting?
All of them.
All of them, absolutely right, Martha.
Yeah.
So whenever it goes out into the public, there is a debate about whether, in Australia, somebody was pulled over the coals, or hauled over the coals for doing a presentation, a radio interview. So it could also include that, but that's pretty difficult to prove, I'm afraid. Okay. Is the SAMRAC code mandatory or prescribed?
Prescribed.
No, it's not. Well, actually, no, that's not true. It is prescribed if you're a member of the JSE. So for companies that are members of the JSE, it is mandatory or prescribed. But for others, it's not. And importantly, if somebody reports under the SAMRAC code, it needs to be completely. They can't pick and choose which part of the code. So it is correct. It is prescribed for JSE companies, but is not prescribed for non-JSE companies. Okay. Does a private company need to comply with the SAMRAC code?
No.
Absolutely
No,
right,
no.
Peter. So a private company doesn't have to, but they may choose to, because the SAMRAC code gives them a level of credibility. So they would want to do that. But if they do, as I said earlier, it needs to be absolutely completely. Okay, now this one, does this course provide you with accreditation as a competent person?
No, it.
No.
Okay, no, it does not. Okay, remember your accreditation. You are not accredited. You call your competency on yourself, and you use you refer to one of the 6 organizations or RPO in order to be considered competent. And remembering that you must be able to face your peers if you are doing any work. Okay, number 7. A competent person is required to have how many years of experience?
5.
5 years. Well done. And the relevant activity and be registered with. Okay, so there are 3 statutory and there are 3 professional bodies.
SACNESP.
SACNESP, EXA.
Okay, SACNAC, EXA, which is the other one?
GSSA.
Frida,
SAGC.
SAGC, correct. And the 3 professional organizations are?
JSSA.
JSSA, correct.
SAIMM and
SAIMM.
Correct. And what's the surveyor's one?
Institute of Mine Surveyors.
Institute of Mine Surveyors of South Africa, IMSSA. Okay. Moving on to the next question. Don't ask me why it's number 5 again. AB Consulting is a competent person as defined by the SAMRAC code. True or false?
False.
False. Okay, so a company can't be a competent person? Only a person can be. Okay, if you're an investor and have a complaint, to whom do you complain?
SCC.
SSC, correct. Okay, so the complaint goes to the SSC and they'll handle it, but remember the complaint has to be in writing. Okay, so what's an RPO?
I want to add on that. Also, as a complainant, you can go directly to the membership that the person is involved with. So if they are a member of SAIMM, you can go directly to them or to the GSSA as well.
Okay, so define an RPO. First of all, what does it stand for and what does it mean?
Recognized professional organization.
Recognized professional organization, absolutely. And what does it mean?
Reciprocity agreement.
Okay, so it's a reciprocity agreement. So that means that people who are not one of those 6 organizations we mentioned in South Africa, they can also sign off as competent persons on the SAMRAC code because they belong to organization that has a code of ethics and a disciplinary procedure. Okay, so who is responsible for the public report? The competent person, the board of directors, the MRM manager, the exploration manager, or the mining engineer?
All of them.
Okay, not quite true. It's the board of directors is responsible for the public report, but you as the competent person remain responsible for the content
CP.
of that report. Okay, can one declare a mineral resource or mineral reserve for a company that one is an employee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You just need to declare it. So you need to say
Yes.
that you are the exploration manager or MRM manager or whatever. Can you declare a company where you own shares?
If you are a competent person, yes.
Absolutely. You just need to declare that you own, that you have got shares, so that there's no it's understood that there might be that you might not be independent, despite having my comments about independence earlier. Okay. Under what conditions can one declare or not declare a mineral resource or mineral reserve as an employee? Is this a trick question?
When you can't mine it.
Absolutely. So if it's not going to pass the hurdles of RPEEE and it was not going to be viable if you've done a pre-feas or a life of mine, then you can't declare it whether you're an employee or not. Okay, when declaring the grade or quality, at what point is it reported? What's that point called?
Checkpoint.
Is it inferred?
Point of reference.
Inflection. Are you talking about the basis at which it's reported? Is that
That's
what you mean?
correct, Nadia.
Yes.
Isn't it inferred?
Okay, so it's the reference point.
Reference point, yes.
So the reference point is the point at which we say we declare it. So for resources, in most cases, that's in the ground. Whereas for a reserve, it may well be at the gate and where it's being sold. And then it would normally have a specification that's associated with it. Many metallic, precious metals and base metals, it's actually reported at the head. In other words, as it comes out the shaft or out of the open pit before it goes to the plant. Okay. Who determines the reasonable and realistic prospects for eventual economic extraction? The SAMRAC working group, competent person, the qualified person, the geologist, the mining engineer, GMSA, I presume I should have said GSSA, IMSA, Plato, which is now defunct, EXA, SACNASP, SAMM, or GSSA. Who decides it's relevant? The reasonable prospects.
Competent person.
With a competent person.
Competent person, and there's a bit of a trick question there. And under SAMRAC, it would be the competent person. In Canada, it would be the qualified person. So Canada, they call the competent person a qualified person.
What is the responsible? Where is the responsible person feature in this, Ken?
Responsible person being?
There was a definition for responsible person in I think it was the SANS 10320. There was a definition for responsible person, but there was always argument and no one could ever agree what exactly it meant.
Okay, so you've caught me completely blindsided. I've not seen that one before. So I'll have to pass on that one. I'll have to go and investigate it. Okay, can we move on to what is meant by eventual?
Before you move on, can I just ask
go for it, Raymond?
On this very same question, if the competent person does not necessarily have a background on mining engineering, for instance, how does that person actually then determine whether RPEE? If you are a geologist and all you're sort of competent in, it's to do a resource model, for instance. When you now have to determine the RPEE, you do then require a bit of background on how to compile a mine plan, how to determine whether that particular ground can be, you can put a design through, you can actually, extract that resource that's sitting there.
Absolutely correct, Raymond. So important aspect is that RPEE, you need to make an assessment, however you decide that assessment should be, and you need, where necessary, to bring in experts to give you the details of things like mining method, price, whether it's possible to recover the minerals and all the costs associated with that. So agreed, you should be having the help of other people, and it would be a bit bold to say that you can do all of that yourself, although you probably with experience can do quite a lot, certainly at resource level, but maybe not at reserve level.
Okay.
Okay, so what is meant by eventual?
Is it 20 years or 50 years?
Okay, it can be 20 years, it can be 50 years, it depends on the commodity. So
for coal, what was 20?
Go ahead.
Sorry, for coal, you would say?
For coal, it'd probably be at least 20 years. It might even be 50. I think we put 50 years is there for bulk commodities. So coal might well, in some cases, be 50 years. And given the size of the deposit, that's probably right. For some other deposits, it might be less. Remembering, for instance, that lithium might not have had any eventual prospects 10 years ago, but now very definitely has eventual prospects.
I don't think we will be mining coal in 50 years. Hopefully not.
Let's not go down that road just now. How does one describe mineralization that's not classified as a mineral resource or mineral reserve?
Exploration target.
Exploration results or exploration target, absolutely correct. So that's the pre-resource situation. And remembering there are different ways to do it. Okay, question 16. What is the percentage accuracy required to declare any one of those? Measured, indicated, inferred mineral resource, or approved or probable mineral reserve? Silence. No one prepared to give it a go.
Is it not 95 for the measured?
Okay, it's a trick question, I'm afraid, Mary.
This
There
is what
is
the
no
engineers
percentage.
ask us to trip us up. This is what the engineers always ask us to trip us up when they take our resources to reserves.
So there is no percentage.
There is no percentage.
So it's important that if somebody says it's got to be 5 or 10% accurate, no, the competent person must decide how they want to do the classification. And in some cases, there will be a percentage involved, but they must demonstrate what it is for the classification. So there isn't anything prescribed.
So
Okay.
then we won't draw criticism when we say high, moderate, and low confidence.
Absolutely
that we need
not.
to qualify that. We won't draw criticism for that and be forced into a percentage.
You shouldn't be. One of the recommendations that I would make is when you do a classification, that you use a scorecard of some sort, so that you use more than one parameter. I think it's dangerous to use a single parameter. So you might have a whole lot of parameters, 4 or 5, and based on that, then you would classify it. Although you might have one that has a slightly different weighting. So then low, moderate, and high confidence would be useful. Okay. When declaring exploration results, mineral resource, mineral reserve with which economic factors must be declared? Okay. So pay limits, which ones? Is it resource reserve, exploration result, or all of the above?
Reserves.
Okay, reserves. Never resource?
No, resource too.
Okay, resource as well. There are going to be times when you declare pay limits on both resource and reserve, but it's very unlikely at exploration result because there are no economic parameters included. Cut-off grade?
All 3.
I'm not so sure you do it on exploration results, Frida.
Resource and reserve, because there should be no difference between a pay limit and a cut-off grade.
And that would be my perspective as well. What about the value of the product?
Reserve only.
Resource as well.
Resource as well. What about exploration result?
There's nothing there to evaluate.
I think, isn't it?
In the diamond field, it would be very applicable as at the exploration result level.
That's when you get your bulk sample plant results, yeah.
Yep, okay. I was just thinking from a metal point of view.
So for exploration results, I would have thought it always show your full range. So if you had 10 boreholes with super low values, you can't just show the 2 boreholes with the high values, right? So you'd show, so then you would sort of steer away from cutoff grade and value to show a balanced perspective of your exploration results, that you don't only show your high results. Am I correct?
So that's probably correct, but you would probably want to know, have some idea of what the value of the product is, even at exploration results stage. What about production cost?
Resource and reserve.
Okay, Gary's correct, resource and reserve. So you would want some sort of cost in your resource model, and you definitely need it when you're declaring a reserve. What about, okay, transportation and treatment costs? What about those? Would those, where would those be necessary?
Reserve.
Reserve. What about resource?
Yep.
Okay, resource as well, but probably not exploration result. What about penalties?
Reserve.
Definitely reserve. Resource? Okay, there probably would be times when you would want to have penalties. If you have a product which if the Chrome guys have it a bit, if the Chrome content is too low, then they have a penalty to their value. So that would probably be a case. I suspect it's unlikely when you're just declaring an expiration result.
Surely in a resource, you would turn around and say that it would only apply to the reserve because you would blend the ore on the ROM pad.
You might well do that, Gary, but there might well be, in your assessment, you might well need to put in a penalty. So I wouldn't exclude it.
If your distribution of value is such that you don't think you're going to be able to blend, or your schedule shows that you can't get to the higher grade ore to blend, then yes, but otherwise I wouldn't.
So there would be some situations where it would be applicable, but maybe not all the time. What about exchange rates and royalties? Where would they fit in?
Everywhere.
Okay, probably everywhere. Royalties may not be so much so under expiration results.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, are we on board at this stage? Okay, let's move on. The SAMRAC code uses the principle of relative distances from boreholes with quality data for classification of mineral resources. True or false?
False.
Why do you say that, Rodney?
One of the options, but there's multiple options to classify.
Precisely. So that is one of the ways to consider, but you as the competent person must decide what's the most appropriate. Okay. Moving on to 19, a mineral reserve can be declared after completion of a scoping study.
False.
False.
Absolutely false. So you need, what studies do you need to declare a reserve?
Pre-fees.
Pre-fees and?
Feasibility.
And?
Technical?
No, not the one I'm thinking of, Mary.
Feasibility study and a pre-fees.
Yeah, what about a life of mine?
Life of mine.
Life of mine, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so life of mine, typically what you would be doing on an operating mine, remembering that when we say life of mine, we also sort of stating that it must be pre-fees level. And the truth is that if you're in an operating mine, one of the critical aspects will be cost and market pricing. So you're going to be way ahead of the guys doing a feasibility study from that perspective.
Okay, and is there no risk though in declaring reserve on your pre-fees?
Well, there's always going to be risk, Raymond, but that's something you must in somehow in your risk section quantify. But remember, if you do a pre-fees properly, the risk is mitigated to some extent.
No, but the accuracy range is what? Plus minus was plus 15% minus is it minus 15% plus 25%? What is it?
Yeah, it depends. You see now, you need to go and look at table 2 in the code. And it's not only about the operating cost, it's about the level of engineering, about all sorts of other aspects that one has to consider. So there are risks associated with declaring, doing a feasibility study of any sort, but you need to understand what they are, and that's why a competent person is important to undertake these sort of things.
And would a sensitivity analysis also try and sort of help you quantify?
Absolutely, that would be a fantastic way. A simple sensitivity, if you want to be sophisticated and use the Monte Carlo, that's also a good thing to do.
But I find it difficult as an investor, and you come to me next year and say, look, you know, I was wrong by, I don't know, 15% out. So then I'm taking that particular ground out. I mean, you might have done sensitivities, but if economic situation turn sour, then you'll then be forced to revise that particular area.
Absolutely, but those are external factors that you've got absolutely no control on. I mean, you should be updating your resource and your reserve on a regular basis, because not only do prices, but technology changes, the market changes, all of that sort of stuff. So somebody said earlier, in 50 years time, we won't be mining coal. So is it realistic to have a coal reserve that's even 5 years away? Because there's no chance of having actually ever mining it. Okay, let's move on. An indicated mineral resource can be converted to probable and or proved mineral reserve. True or false?
False.
False. Okay, so only indicated can only go to probable, but measured can go to both probable and proved. Okay. What type of mineral resource must have geological and or grade continuity? Now, as a classification to determine a resource, we said that there's one of these that requires geological or grade continuity, the other one requires geological and grade continuity.
Indicated.
Not right, Gary. Any other opinions?
Has to be inferred.
Okay, so measured and indicated require geological and grade continuity, whereas inferred, we can declare it if we got geological or grade continuity. Okay, let's look at the next one. Critically evaluate the tabulation below. So what's good and what's bad?
The bad is there's no grade there.
You shouldn't add them all together, maybe.
Okay.
And those
I think
decimals are too accurate to the level that you can actually report.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got two things here. One, there's no grade. Remember we said we're not reporting if we don't have tons and grade, so there's no grade, there's only content. And the other one is that we've got far too many decimals for accuracy. And that's because what we say, the work that we do is called an estimation. It's not a calculation, it's an estimation. So there's some uncertainty involved in it automatically.
Is there guidance, Ken, in SAMRAC with regard to the number of significant digits? Quite specific on that.
There's not specific. I'm trying. Somewhere I did see something like that, but often I can't remember where it is.
Yeah, I know it's in JORC. JORC has 2 significant digits.
Yeah.
Is the recommendation. I was just wondering if SAMRAC.
No, I don't think we have it specifically.
Yeah.
We just say appropriate rounding, but we don't give any further guidance on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so 26, is external QA/QC mandatory prior to the declaration of a resource? Yes or no? Any opinions on this one?
Yes, I'd say.
I would say yes, because the resource commands a value on the stock exchange. So I would say there has to be some sort of a check, if I had to guess.
I would say it's a good practice.
Okay, I think that the competent person must decide whether it's necessary. I would agree that it is necessary, but it's up to the competent person. If the competent person believes that the work done by the laboratory is squeaky clean, they've got to take the rap if it's not true. But I think best practice would say yes, but it's actually not mandated. Okay. What methods of density determinations could be considered suitable to support an estimation?
Depends on the commodity.
Absolutely. So it depends on what you've got. So you must be absolutely sure as a competent person that your density is correct, remembering that a 5% difference in density is a 5% difference in tonnage and a 5% difference in content and potentially a 5% difference in value. So you've got to make sure that you get it right. Okay, can approved mineral reserve be declared on a pre-feasibility study?
Yes, as long as you got measured resources.
You have measured here.
Absolutely. Can one declare a mineral reserve if you do not have a water use license?
Say no.
I'd say yes, as long as there's, there's reasonable assurance that you're going to get it.
I think there's sometimes when you have to have a bit of a judgment call. So various licenses and permits may not be in place yet, but have been applied for or in some way are in process, and then that would be suitable for declaring a mineral reserve. And remembering sometimes these licenses take a very long time to actually materialize, and you would not want to hold back the development of a project based on that alone.
If it's not in process and hasn't been applied for, can you still declare the reserve?
I think you're going to have to be very careful whether you do or not. So you've got to take every situation on its merits.
Ken, wouldn't you need a proof of a letter of some sort saying you've applied it, even though it's still not given in any case?
I think you're correct, Thomas. You'd want some sort of evidence from the company that they've actually done it, whether it's a letter or whether they can show you the actual application. It depends on, you need to interact with them to decide what's appropriate or not.
Can I just ask this? I mean, you could apply for water. Let's say you're applying for 1,000 cubes a day. And the likelihood of you getting this in Limpopo is so low, you're going to end up with 10 cubes a day. So is it fair to declare then as if you're going to get 1,000 cubes because you've got an application in that's likely to fail? Or do you just say, look, we've done the paperwork, close our eyes and move on?
No, I don't think you should close your eyes for sure. I think you've got to assess whether it's realistic. I mean, as you suggest, in parts of Limpopo, they've got pipelines that all the allocations are already allocated, that there's no more chance. When you might have the same situation with coal, a coal mine that doesn't have Richards Bay allocation, and they want to export coal, not reasonable. So you've got to understand the situation properly before you can make that judgment call.
Ken, it's Thomas again here. I have seen reports where you will find that someone will declare those resources as potential resources subject to the approval of those permits. Will that be an appropriate way to go about it?
Definitely not. The code doesn't allow for potential. The code only allows for something that you can actually demonstrate. So we don't have potential as a category. They might try and sell it to an investor as potential, but in terms of the code, that doesn't exist.
That they would normally publish in their general write-up that this is the upside potential of our product, of our project. It'll be hype. It'll be PR hype.
Absolutely. So some companies are very clever, and they'll say, "Oh, we've got a measured resource or approved reserve," but they won't say under which code. Well, they say it's potentially proved, but they won't say under which code. So then they're skirting the issue and they're not taking any responsibility for it. So if that comes out, they say, well, we never said it was according to a code. So they can be very, very clever about how they declare these things. Okay, question 30. When reporting mineral reserves, can one combine probable and proved?
I would say no.
You're correct.
The same as saying, can I combine my measured and indicated?
Absolutely. The answer is no. But if you declare the other two, if you declare them separately, you can sum them. Can you sum mineral resources and reserves? That's question 33.
No.
Doesn't it depend if you declare exclusive or inclusive reporting?
No, it doesn't.
No.
There's no way that you can declare.
Status. Okay.
You can't add a resource and reserve because reserves have dilution added to them and there are losses, mining losses. So they shouldn't be additive.
But you show them side by side, I think, when they're exclusive reporting. Is that not
Correct.
so?
Correct. But if you're going to do a reconciliation, you would have to go back to square meterage or cubic meters or something like that to do a reconciliation. You couldn't do it directly from tons or content. We answered what's a possible mineral reserve. We're getting close to the end of this. Is a risk assessment required for a mineral reserve?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I've skipped the one before. One can use the word or in terms of the code, true or false.
Don't you use it interchangeably with mineral?
Absolutely, you can use it interchangeably with mineral. But one of the things you need to avoid is using the word or before you've declared a reserve. So you don't have or in a resource, you only have or when you have a reserve. Okay, here's a nice one for to keep you awake. If a mine's on care and maintenance, can you continue to declare approved mineral reserve?
No, you can't because you don't have a mine plan.
Date that it's going to be opened.
Why can't you?
Because there's no mine plan. If you put a mine on care and maintenance, what mine plan are you using?
But
I would say yes.
Okay, why would you say yes?
But if you can declare reserve on a deposit that you've got all your licenses in place for, and you aren't mining it yet, that's a similar status to care and maintenance. You can come off care and maintenance within 6 months.
Okay. Any other suggestions?
Look, I've seen people while in care and maintenance, because they're putting the business up for sale as well in that time, that's what they're selling. They're selling their resources and their reserves. So to say you cannot speak about it as if it doesn't exist is not correct, because it's what you are selling. So I think that yeah, you will continue to retain it, but you won't extinguish it. So yeah, you talk about it and you declare it to whoever wants to buy it.
You declare it as a resource, but not as a reserve.
Okay, so we got the one side that says it's just not right, and the other side says yes, you can. Any other comments?
Hello.
Yes, Andres.
I just want to add, I do believe like you can declare it as a reserve, because it's only the price. As long as you have all the permits and all the other things on place, then I do believe that you can declare it under that reserve.
Okay, so I'm on that page. So you can declare a mineral reserve on something that's on care and maintenance, because you have all the necessary permits and everything in place, and you can demonstrate that it can make money. It only has to make R1 to be a reserve. The fact that a company puts it on care and maintenance is probably because it doesn't fit in with their strategy, whatever their strategy is, but it doesn't mean it's not a mineral reserve. It can still be a mineral reserve. However, it may well not be a good thing for a company to be clearing a reserve on something that's care and maintenance. So for the sake of looking better to the investor, they might well take it off, although it's probably technically correct. Does that make sense?
I agree with you to a point, Ken, because the thing is that if you put something on care and maintenance, it's normally because it's not making a profit.
Or it's not meeting your hurdle rate. If it's not meeting your hurdle rate, it can still be profitable to someone else.
Yeah, but then they would be restructuring it to do a different job.
Well, yeah. So there are times when care and maintenance, you would be no problem declaring a reserve, but it might not be the smartest thing to do for your stakeholders.
Yeah, I think having worked on a couple of places where we've put things on care and maintenance, they just eat money. You better off.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Anyway,
yeah, and circumstances change. So you can put a place on care and maintenance, and then if you do a pre-feas or feasibility and show that it's viable, you can declare that reserve.
Yeah.
Remember, care and maintenance costs a lot of money, eh? Because you're still maintaining your pumping costs and your shafts if you've got those sort of things.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to, I think we've got only a few more to go. CPRs must be approved by the SAMREC committee, the SSC, the JSE, the competent person, or the competent person's company. Who approves the CPR?
Competent person.
Competent person.
Absolutely, the competent person. No, nobody external to the competent person does it, because the competent person takes responsibility for it. Okay. When is, if not, why not applicable? Maiden mineral resource and reserve declarations, all resource and reserve public reports, all CPR publications, where there's a significant change to material project, all mineral resource and reserves reported on the JSE.
I would say all CPR publications.
Okay. Any other takers?
But from what we learned this morning, it's where there's significant change of a project or if there's a maiden.
Okay, so it's 1 and 4 is what's required in the code. The recommendation is whenever you do whatever work you do, go through table 1. So I would recommend it, but it's only mandatory in terms of the code for 1 and 4. So maiden declaration and where there's a significant change to material project.
Ken, just to detract a little, how would you qualify significant and how would you qualify material?
Okay, so you've got to go and look and see how big the operational project is relative to the value, probably the value of the company or the annual profit. So you would then go and see, and I think about 5%, between 5 and 10% for each of those would be enough. But if you've got Anglo-American or something, it's very unlikely that clause will ever kick in because they're so diversified. Okay, is a table of contents mandatory or is it just a guide? Remember, we
think it's mandatory. I think so.
It's a
remember
guide.
we've got a table of contents at the back, and it's a guide. So it's there to help. It's not a requirement. Each competent person must decide how they want to structure any report that they're writing. And given that they're supposed to have 5 years relevant experience, they should be able to write a report. Okay. How is table 2 to be interpreted? Table 2 is also part of the SAMREC code. It's all about the level of accuracy of studies. How is it to be interpreted? Yeah, is it a guide or is it mandatory? Or is it prescriptive?
It's a guide.
It's a guide. So we use it as a guide. You need to decide for yourself how you want to use it. It's important that it's there. And I think, Gary, you were asking earlier, that one of the reasons we put it in there is if somebody is trying to strong arm you into a certain percentage for operating cost or capital cost, you can pull this one out and say, that's what the code says, so that you've got some defense. So if you need that defense, it's there for you.
Yep.
Is a signed letter of consent required for each CPR?
Yes. I would say yes.
In which situations?
If you are not
To publish the CPR.
Okay, so if you're publishing the CPR or part thereof, so any part of the CPR, so declaration might have just a small, the executive summary or a small part of it, you would want as a competent person to have consented to that before it gets made public. Okay, I think we're on to the last two. So comment on these statements. ABS mining consultant, mineral resource and reserve estimate for this cooperite deposit in Zambia. Is that any comment on that statement? Is it good or bad? How would you improve it?
You should mention the name of the competent person rather than the company, I think.
Absolutely, Martha, you got it perfectly correct. So the company is not the competent person, the individual is. And last one before at the end of this, QA/QC results from the drilling program were analyzed following the completion of the drilling program. Is that good or bad?
Bad.
Why do you say that, Gary?
Should be analyzed as you go along in reasonable amounts.
So all the data and all the work that you do should be done systematically throughout the exploration program. To try and fix everything at the end is really going to it's not good practice. Let's put it that way.
Would they really read so seriously into that comment? I mean, he probably meant to say reviewed following the completion of the drilling program.
Yeah, so if you do it at the end of the program, the laboratory will probably say to you, but you had every opportunity to check our results or test our results before. We're not going to re-assay them, or it's going to create a lot of delay. So it's really not the best practice from my experience.
Not only that, you've spent how many millions of dollars on that drilling program, and now you found there's a bias in the assay.
Yeah.
That you've got to remove statistically, if you can.
If you can. No, it's fraught with danger, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Any questions at this stage?
Yes, just a simple question. What would you consider a material change in the resource?
As I said, I think it's 5%, but we need, there's somewhere in the JSE that they've got the percentage. I think it might be more than 5, but
I was interested to ask you because half the people are in different companies. Some people are 5%, and then other companies they say it's 10%,
or even 15.
So,
JSE defines it as 10%, Ken.
Is it 10%, Jeff? Okay.
Yes, you can check section 9.17 and 11.56. 10%.
Okay. Is it not 5% on the Australian Stock Exchange? Is that maybe where the confusion comes in?
Could easily be.
JSE, definitely 10%.
Okay, so the JSE says 10%, so we'll go with 10%.
Can you please share this Excel thing?
Okay, it's going to be sent to you in as a PDF.
Oh, okay.
And it should be on the chat, so you should be able to download it from the chat.
All right, thank you.
It looks as if those people who are on phones are having great difficulty accessing it. So we're just going to send it to everybody again.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so no more questions.
Okay, well, if there are no more questions for today's session, you will see Ken again, so you can always ask him next time. So So we've now come then to the end of today's presentations. Next week, when we see you again, before I go to next week, what we've done over the last 2 weeks is really look at SAMREC and the details of reporting under SAMREC. Next week, we move on and have a look at some of the details of SAMVEL and also of SAMOG. And then the fourth day coming up after that is the more practical aspects of the listing rules. And again, we have quite a significant Q&A session, and most of the speakers will be there, so you can ask questions then again. Otherwise, to everybody, I would like to say thank you very much for spending this morning with us, and we hope to see you all again next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.